What's up, guys? I'm going to be doing live streams. I'm going to be doing this more often, and I'm going to actually announce it.
Nice. Hey, do you mind if I share this live stream on like my social or anything like that?
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Don't mind? Cool.
Because when you present this argument, man, this is why people have distinks.
Did Bongo the chimp share his banana with another chimp? Is that what you mean by morality? Okay.
I mean, does a snake talk?
Well, I mean, if evolution's true and we all came from a single cell, technically, isn't that pond scum that we come from?
Pond scum is pond scum. A single-celled organism is a single-celled organism.
At the end of the day, the evidence is not. I mean, we might just have to agree to disagree on that, but
Yeah, I mean, we're going to. I mean, for one, you give yourself away with the pond scum evolution thing. You are proving to be exactly like Matt Powell.
Well, don't we come from pond scum?
What's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, godless bastards. Merry Mythmas, welcome to the Rage. It is Christmas time in America, so the oligarchs are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer, and Christians are claiming there's a war when they're the ones that wage it. Welcome to the Rage. John is here. What's up, John Peterson?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good for the chat. If you want to come in and have a conversation about Christmas, there's a couple Christians saying, of course, it's not pagan. I would love for you to come on and give your position, but that link will start spamming in the chat. And actually, I have to turn the timer on. So John's going to actually try to put it in the chat. It seems like some people can put links in the chat. Some people can't. I don't know. But we're going to try to do that as well. But let me turn that timer on. And we'll get that thing spamming in the side chat. But what's up, chat? This should be an interesting conversation. I pulled up all of my notes on the paganism of Christmas, and I think that history clearly shows that Christians needed holidays, and they needed to incorporate cultures into Christianity, so they incorporated the holidays and the festivities that were already there and made it Christian. So I think that that's fairly clear. If you don't agree with that position, please come on and tell me how I'm wrong. Now, modern day Christianity, as I put in the side chat, I don't think it has anything at all to do with pagan, outside of some symbolism and shit. It's all about the oligarchs getting richer. But we're talking about Christmas and its origins, and I think it's clearly pagan. So, yeah, I'm gonna turn this timer on. What up, John? You're quiet. You're looking at your phone, and you're muted.
All right, I'm putting that link in the chat like you told me to. I had to open another window.
All right, so
But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do is see because we had a problem posting links in the chat, not only on our channel, but I think MathPig was having a problem with it. So he went ahead and put it in his banners, his Streamlabs banners. And then I was on a channel today and they said they were going to post something in live chat. And I posted, well, you're not able to do that on YouTube anymore, but it worked. So I don't know what the deal is. So I just posted the link. And let me look at my phone now and see if it showed up. It did show up, so that must have just been like a temporary thing with YouTube. So we can post it in the chat then, I guess.
So MathPig is now saying only the rate, but I posted a link the other day for the daytime open room, and it didn't work for me. But we already have a couple. If you want to come in, we have room for 10. What's up, y'all?
Now I'm getting an echo. Who's got the stream coming through there? Hello? I'm still hearing it.
This could be a new thing from StreamYard because, yeah, I hear an echo too.
Yeah, I mean in Jefferson
there it was. It's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone.
Now it's back.
Is it coming from?
It's not me, guys.
Yeah, it must be coming from Jefferson. But it seems because like this was happening to John when I was coming into the room. Then I'd leave and come back, and it would be okay.
Let me.
I mean, what's the chat saying? Are they hearing an echo, or am I the only? Well, you said you heard it too. I'm not.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
No, I'm hearing it too. By the way, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas.
I'm going to say, Merry Christmas because it's not the fucking Christmas holiday. It belongs to all of us. So I don't care what you Christians say. I'm an atheist, and I'm going to say Christmas if I want to.
I agree with that.
I usually I troll Christmas a lot more than I have this year. I understand that this year is extremely stressful, and I'm not too interested in trolling Christians about Christmas. But I am still interested in the idea because I especially see a lot of Christians this time of year now, this year especially, be trying to defend that Christmas it doesn't have pagan roots, and it to me that it's kind of just ludicrous because obviously it has pagan roots. I don't even see how you get outside of that. But I'll let you guys all state your thoughts. Do you think Christmas is pagan?
Jefferson said having an echo is like having an STD.
I've never been diagnosed with this before. It's a new experience.
And it's weird because Jefferson isn't echoing when he talks, but everybody else is if he's not muted.
Which is weird because I don't have any other sound sources playing. So.
Yeah.
That is weird. Sometimes it's just the internal audio that can come through, even if you've got headphones on. StreamYard can be weird like that.
Yeah, I think it's the StreamYard.
I've even got the mic volume is even turned down, so I'm trying not to catch anything back from anything coming out of the headphones. Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on. Are you guys still hearing an echo?
I mean, yeah.
It's a bit subtle. Well, for myself, I can hear more like a longer period there, but when other people talk, it's really, really subtle, but you can still hear an echo.
I did just hear an echo from Leo. Let me mute myself, and then if you guys don't hear it anymore, then it must be coming from me.
No, I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, it's
no, I don't hear it anymore.
Damn it, Jeff!
Well, it was me. It was me before the stream started. I had to leave and come back, and it was better for John.
StreamYard just doesn't like you, Jeff.
Yeah. I think it's a StreamYard thing.
It never has, and now I got StreamYard chlamydia or something.
And then it doesn't echo, like when you unmute and you talk, it doesn't echo. But while you're unmuted, if any one of us talk, it echoes.
That's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, that's weird as fuck.
So,
I'll try to be disciplined.
And let's just say it. You said it. I mean, I think somebody's got like a TV on in their room too.
Yeah, I hear a TV.
I hear like cartoons or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
Oh, that's probably me. Hold on, that's my South Park. I'm sorry.
That's not me. That's not me.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So I wasn't going insane then. But hey, Knock has put the thing out there that's already been challenged in the chat. Of course, none of them want to come in here and defend it. But let's just say the truth of the matter. It's not just Christmas. Almost entirely every aspect of Christianity is borrowed and not perjured. What's the word when you
plagiarized
from previous religious traditions that were around before Christianity. I mean, the entire religion is borrowed from earlier traditions, not just Christmas.
Especially from Zoroastrianism, which leads me to my point. December 25th is actually Mithra's birthday.
Yep.
Happy birthday, Mithras.
Yeah, and
I always get that. Does anybody else kind of get the feeling that like Zoroastrianism is like a cinnamon-scented, religion? Like it's vaguely chai-oriented.
Now I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have your hand up.
And then
say it with your chest. Hold on, Lisa. Just say it with your chest, Richard. Go ahead.
Peace and respect to you all. How you guys doing tonight?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
I don't understand why it is, other than Christian pride, that the truth exists in other cultures and older than Christianity.
Yeah. And I think you nailed it on the head. It has to be Christian pride because I mean, and the funny thing, like if you look into Christmas and you actually start studying it, especially on Christian standards, like the birth date of Jesus was never an issue for Christians. It's not something that they celebrated for the first 300 years. They didn't start doing that until the 4th century when it did become an issue, and that was mainly around the time that Rome was doing it, coming under the sway of Christianity, and they were trying to incorporate Roman holidays into Christianity. I would love for a Christian to come in and defend that because it's just the truth. They saw the resurrection. Early Christians saw the resurrection as the focal point of their religion and could really care less about the birthday of Jesus Christ. And if you look at the scripture, it clearly indicates that Jesus would have been born in the springtime. Clearly, because the shepherds are grazing. The shepherds are with their flocks, and those shepherds are grazing. So clearly it's not in the middle of winter.
No, it's not the middle of winter.
What we're like in Israel.
The winter day actually comes from Julius Africanus.
Real quick, let me just interject. Sassy Heathen, come on in here. Sassy is continuing on with the analogy that we were putting forth earlier, and she wants to know who else Jefferson Spatchcock has been streaming with. She feels that's how he contracted the echo from not being careful about who he streams with.
I'm sorry. Tarangelo Grasshole is in the chat. Beer is older than Christianity, therefore Christianity is false. You should have said something like beer is irreducibly complex.
Wait a minute.
Now you're echoing.
Yeah, it's a troll account. Grasshole is the last name. It's a troll account.
He's going to be on Modern Day Debate tonight with John Maddox, hashtag.
Mm-hmm. Yep, against Erica and Cygart. That's going to be interesting because I want to know how Cygart's going to shut down.
Are we dating now and you're going to finish my sentences for me? Is that the way it works?
I guess so.
As Leo said, with Gutsick Gibbon and Cygart, which that's an interesting pairing right there. Cygart, of course, being a Christian, but totally accepts evolution.
Yeah,
just feels as if it's the way God did it. But I got the notification from Modern Day Debate and retweeted it, and and liked it and all that. And then I put in I posted a comment saying, make sure and bring your oven mitts to this one, folks, because John Maddox and Otangelo Grasso are two of the interlocutors. So.
Maddox is probably going to lose his, he's going to blow his top.
Yeah, especially with Cygart. Cygart's just going to correct him on all the dumb shit he gets wrong about biochemistry.
Yeah, I want to thank Paul Kamish real quick for your $10 donation to the channel. You say Happy Christmas, not? Cool. Happy Christmas, Paul Kamish. I think it'll be an interesting debate. I'll probably catch it on the playback depending on how long this goes. But Otangelo and Maddox as a pair doesn't seem like they're going to mesh well because Otangelo's actually decent in his exchanges and the Mad Ducks isn't. So I don't know how well they're going to do.
Just real quick, I just want to let Richard know. I mean, at this point, we haven't, we've only got like 7 of us, including me and Knox. So, I mean, if you have something to say, just go ahead and say it. You don't have to keep putting your hand up.
But Leo is here.
But Leo's here?
Yeah.
But Leo's here, so I was raising my hand because I know how it really goes, Well, Leo can fill the room by himself.
Yes. I have numerous times.
I still am trying to figure out how he gets through doorways.
Well, getting back to whether Christmas is pagan or not, there's actually a lot.
And came back with my fucking avatar again.
There's also a bunch of pagan holidays in December. We're talking about pagan German holidays, pagan France holidays, pagan English holidays. I mean,
okay. I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm not saying this to like steal on you or to make fun of you, but the way that you're pronouncing pagan, it's pagan, and the way that you're saying that, I'm thinking of pagan as like the sex act, and I'm just losing it.
I'm sorry. I was raised in the South.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I'll try to be mature, but no promises, folks.
No,
I'll just mute
and I
myself.
imagine too that Lisa is heavily into pegging. So,
Actually, I'm asexual.
oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
I know a few people like that.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So we've got Sol Invicta, which is somewhere around December 25th, and that's when the Romans celebrated the rebirth of the sun. And then, of course, you've got Saturnalia. Go ahead, Leo.
Because I was just gonna. Lisa already started, but I because we were talking about something else. I was going to kick us off on the subject, but what I wanted to say is that Christmas is by definition not pagan. Christmas means Mass on Christ's Day. That is a strictly Christian holiday. However, that being said, as Lisa just pointed out, what happened is the church Christianized, I guess you could say, Solis Invicti, or the day of the birth of the unconquered sun, which was a really popular holiday, like she said, in the Roman Empire, that was celebrated. I don't know if it was right on the 25th of December, but it was around there. And so they sort of Christianized it by celebrating Christ's birthday on that date. And a lot of people don't believe that when they say Christ's birthday, they mean the day that he was actually born. What they mean is something that many of the early church fathers would have meant by like a true birthday, which would have been the day that the day of their martyrdom, the day this person became martyred, would be celebrated. So, in some respects, you could say that Christmas isn't actually celebrating the literal like birth of Jesus, but it's celebrating his birth in terms of when he became a martyr. It just depends on which particular perspective you want to take. But I would state that Christianity itself is not pagan. There are traditions that have been included into Christmas. The time of the year around which it's celebrated are pagan, but the holiday itself, by definition, is not.
But here's the thing. Okay, just like you alluded to earlier, you said hello to Otangelo Grasshole. And of course, that's not the real Otangelo Grasso, but he has borrowed his name, and he's not the real one. You know, it doesn't matter that they called it Christmas. It is still a holiday that they stole from an earlier tradition, and that they hold on, and that they renamed it does not change that fact.
What tradition did they steal? Nobody celebrated the birth of Christ prior to Christianity. That's what Christmas is.
Right.
The day that it's celebrated on was taken, but the holiday itself wasn't.
Hey, Leo.
All right, so let me get in here. So they didn't start. Christians didn't start practicing Christ Mass until shortly before the fall of Rome, and that would have been the very first church. I can't remember exactly where it was, and that would have been in the 3rd century.
Christmas was first celebrated in 366.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So. For the first several hundred years, the focal point of Christianity was the resurrection. The birth didn't even come up. The birth became important as they expanded and they were bringing in other cultures. Those cultures already had holidays. So, yes, they started celebrating Christ Mass, the birth of Christ, however you want to look at it, whether it's the death or the birth. They started celebrating that as a way of incorporating these other cultures. They pretty much had a live and let live. The early church had a live and let live attitude. As long as you gave credence to Christ, as long as you gave lip service to Jesus Christ, you can make whatever you wanted out of the holidays. And that's how these pagan traditions got incorporated into this Christian holiday.
And Leo, you are correct in that the Christ birthday was not celebrated until Christianity came about. However, the gods' birthdays were celebrated. So, that's not exactly like...
As Lisa pointed out, in Rome, which would have been the superpower at the time, Rome would have been pretty much the world at the time. Their major celebration was the winter solstice, December 25th, and that would have been Mithra's birthday, the god of the sun. So it does get incorporated, and you clearly see Christianity willing to adopt these pagan traditions because they understood if they wanted to continue to grow, that they couldn't outlaw those pagan traditions because that would alienate their possible parishioners.
I wonder if that was where the phrase "when in Rome" originated.
It's more like Rome just adopted
Probably.
everything.
I mean, it's just cultural blending. It has happened everywhere throughout all of human history. It's the rule, not the exception. So to think that it could be anything but a blend of pagan and Christian traditions is I mean, it's not even a real argument. You're just looking for somebody who's stuck enough in their trench to argue back.
Well, and I mean, you can see the similar things here in America. So now, like, we have this really popular sport, especially amongst rich white people, called lacrosse. That was a game played by Native Americans, and Europeans adopted that game, and it became a part of the culture.
Does anybody know why it is the date that it is?
I believe that had for why Christmas is celebrated on December 25th.
Why it's the birth of the sun?
Because that's the winter solstice when the days start getting longer.
What does that mean? The winter solstice. What does that mean?
When the days start getting longer.
Right. So the sun's at the lowest point in the sky for 3 continuous days. Starts up 1 degree on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why.
Oh yeah, and Ox, I totally agree, and I'm sure you know that by now. Natives totally forced into Christian beliefs.
Yeah, most people in
forced to take it underground anyway.
America were.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that like Christmas has evolved over time. All right, like even in the early Christian holiday, right? So your clergy would go and they would practice Christ Mass, and then out in the streets of England there'd be debauchery, right? Like they'd have orgies in the streets and it'd be all about drinking. And Cromwell came along in England and said, this. A Puritan, a very, very fundamental, like we think we have fundamental Christians. No, no, let me tell you something. And he was like, this Christmas thing is evil. And they outlawed it. And then it got outlawed here in America. And even after America won their independence, all things England became bad, and that included Christmas. For the first 67 years, Congress sat in session on Christmas Day. And it wasn't until it became very apparent that America needed holidays that they incorporated Christmas back into it. And then once they did, that was during the Industrial Revolution when the oligarchy was taking hold. You had very poor people, you had a few rich people. It wasn't a pleasant place to be in America Christmas time in the early 1800s.
But there was actually, during Christmas, there was debauchery in the streets back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Christmas is a fertility holiday, always have been. Most cultures that are practicing Christmas, you're talking about the middle of the winter solstice. You're talking fertility. You're being indoors. You're not, most people are, it's harsher weather conditions, so you're not outdoors. You're indoors. If you look at reproduction rates here in America since the inception of this country, we have more people getting pregnant at the end of December than any other time of the year.
So that must mean there's more birthdays in September than any other time.
August and September, babies. Yep, for sure.
And then you've got oh gosh, I forget what I was going to say.
Well, I'll tell you what. While you think about that, let me say, I think my dad must have got laid every year around Easter because we have 3 birthdays in December in my family.
That sucks. Once a year.
I remember what I was going to say. It was also a time of feasting because it was the time when people would kill their cattle, not the fattest cattle, because the fattest cattle got to live, but all the other cattle were slaughtered, and it was a time of feasting. So you also have that angle.
Yeah, feasting, drinking. Jefferson was mentioning in the chat some English traditions. The the Lord of Unrule, or I can't remember what it was. But like in England for a period, it was tradition. Poor people would go to rich people. You'd go to their house, and they would let you in, and then it was the Lord would have to give you like the best of everything, the best food, the best wine, the best beer he had, and if he didn't, you could play a trick on him, and often that would be taking a couple things from the house, right? And here in America, that old tradition was resurrected slightly after Christmas was resurrected after independence, but it became a lot harsher. And I was joking in the chat that I think we should go back to that Christmas, because that Christmas it was pretty much you go to the richest house and you took all their shit, and if they didn't like it, they got fucked up. So, I mean, people see the modern Christmas and this oligarch holiday to where poor people go into debt at the end of the year and rich people kind of get a little richer. And they think it was always like that, but it wasn't. There was a lot of evolutions of Christmas, and this holiday took several dark turns, but it's always had that pagan element of fertility, without a doubt. That's there. You can look at like just the Christmas tree itself. That was a Norse mythology. They were bringing evergreens in. Once that was adapted into Christianity, well, they started putting apples on their evergreens to represent the Garden of Eden. And then that becomes modern day Christmas ornaments. I mean, it's very easy to see these patterns, and for any Christians to really run away from it or try to defend it, please come in here and do so. It's very easy to make videos, but it's very hard to actually face opposition to your argumentation. So I'm not sure who's sharing that, but it looks like
I just wanted to share real quick this footage I have.
Nobody will be able to see it, John.
I see it.
Everybody in here will be able to see it.
Yeah, people in here, but the audience can't.
God damn it. Fucking hate OBS.
You've got to get me links.
I was sharing it for the audience. I was sharing a video. What's his name? Cornelius.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yukon Cornelius, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, very similar beard and mustache style. Yeah, that's true. For the Christians who might be listening, I'd like to inform them something they may have ignored from the text, their Bible, that in the blessings of Israel on his 12 sons are descriptions of what are still on the flags of the Israel nations today, the 12 tribes of Israel, including one sign, one symbol on each of the flags for each of the zodiac symbols, a 1-to-1 match. Now there is one that's a little bit vague, and by process of elimination, it's the last one, so it doesn't much matter. It's not hard to match them. So that the tribe of Reuben has the sign of the bull that matches up with the bull Taurus, meaning that when Christ was born into the tribe of Reuben, later adopted into the tribe of Judah, but he was born in Reuben would put him at Yes Knox Right, early spring. Taurus.
So I found a very interesting article, and I actually made a video about it. They were talking about the Star of Bethlehem and what it was, and did it really exist and all that. And so I'm not going to ruin it for you. Go to my channel and watch the video if you really want to know what it is. But
wow, that's really cheap right there.
I'm sorry.
No, you go watch. Come on, man. That's like somebody that's on one of them channels and making a claim to say, well, but you got to read my book. Just $19.99.
I was thinking about responding to Teal Swan, and she was doing that like every 2 minutes in her video. She was like, "Watch my video on what I'm talking about right now," and I'm like, "I'm watching this video now. Explain it to me now."
Okay. The reason I say watch my video is because it's kind of in depth. They actually think that Jesus was not born in 4 BCE. And this is where it gets in depth. Okay. So they know when John the Baptist was beheaded. So they count back from there. And then they count forward. And then another thing they point out in this paper is they actually think Jesus was close to 50 when he was
well, and that's the other thing, Lisa. Really quick, and just to jump in, as you're studying Christmas, you start studying the early church, and I'm not going to say everybody in early Christianity pre-4th century was this way, but the vast majority of early Christians pre-4th century. It was a huge. I'll put it this way: it was a huge debate in the early Christian community pre-4th century on whether or not Jesus was an actual human being or not, right? Like there was a debate on whether he was just this spiritual representation of God, or if he had actually been. Yeah, or he had actually been a human being that had lived on Earth. So, like, once you like really start researching that, and then you start looking at people like just scoffing at the mythicist position, and you understand like the mythicist position was the Christian position from the very start. You know?
Okay.
I want to share something. Hold on, I want to share something from the chat real quick. Going back to what we were talking about a minute ago, Dr. Josh Digital Hammurabi says in the chat. At John Peterson, the Old Testament definitely endorsed slavery, but you have to read my book to find out
why. And what's up, Dr. Josh? You know, Merry Mythmas Christmas, however you say it, as Christian, atheist, agnostic, whatever you do. Happy holiday. I like to say happy holidays just because that triggers the Christian war that Christians think that atheists are waging. But that Christian war is always, in America at least, has always been waged by Christians themselves. And again, once you study the history of Christmas, you find that out because it's right there in the history of America.
The International Alliance of Atheists has nominated me to be the field marshal of this year's war on Christmas. I need intel on what Starbucks plans on doing with their cups stat, because if it doesn't piss them off enough, then we got to go above and beyond this year, guys. We really got to hit it home.
Yeah, this year they haven't been talking about Starbucks. Now that you mentioned Starbucks, I realize they haven't mentioned Starbucks this year.
Oh yeah, that's because we want to make them drink Starbucks forever, don't you know?
So Starbucks must have went a Christmas. Go ahead, John.
Mark, you must have seen what I did and put it back, huh?
Huh? What?
Yeah, because the other day when Tangela was on, I unwrenched him.
I never noticed it. Never did anything about it.
Oh wow, he's got his wrench back. I must not have done it properly, or maybe I unwrenched. Tangela grass.
My thing, as long as he doesn't abuse his wrench, I don't have a problem with him having a wrench.
No, I don't really have a problem with it. I just fucking was in a mood.
You're a little more sensitive than I am. But that's a good thing, John. It's not a bad thing. So I'm sure you guys can hear me opening my bag of weed right now. So that's awesome.
Well,
so
let me go on camera here for a second.
I heard that. Did Lisa just mute herself?
Yeah, I think she muted herself.
I think that was Leo you heard.
I heard Leo smoking, but Lisa muted herself mid-sentence.
How they get that Jesus was closer to 50 when he was crucified is a little bit more iffy, because he compares himself to the temple, and the temple was took 50 years to build or something like that. And also, if you look in the Bible, when he's rowing with the Pharisees at one time, the Pharisees are saying, you're not yet 50. Well, there's a clear difference between someone in his mid-30s and someone near 50. So why did they say you're not yet 50? instead of, well, you're just in your mid-30s. So you've got to think about stuff like that, too.
33 is a master number in numerology. And it's real symbolic in a lot of things. That's why that's that.
That's something I'm going to be doing videos on. I'm going to be looking at numerology because I keep hearing that. So yeah, I'm going to dive down that rabbit hole.
In the side chat?
Yeah, he just commented.
Okay,
and so is Dragnot Silvis. What's up, Drag?
Okay, and I don't want the discussion.
He can't wait to see Otangelo butcher science later.
I don't want the discussion to go down this route. I'm interested to know what Dr. Josh's position is, and I don't know a better time to ask him because I don't have another way to contact him. But I would be curious to know what his position on the historical Jesus is.
I'm fairly certain that he believes in a historical Jesus. Okay. Almost 100% on that.
Well, and Dr. Josh, I also want to say, no, I won't apologize to Knock for you because you have nothing to apologize for. You didn't do anything dishonorable. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, how does anybody even know that Dr. Josh was one of the people that messaged me about Tog the other day?
No, he said it. Dr. Josh said it.
Dr. Josh said it. He just outed himself in the chat because all you said during the stream was that certain people had.
Oh, and people are saying that that's dishonorable or something.
I don't know.
That people told me. Yeah, they're justifying Tog's behavior, and I find that strange. Tog is a very likable person, but what he did, I mean, it was atrocious. Like the video's deleted. It should have never even been an issue. Like, I was putting the last 2 videos in the series on Patreon today, and I'm watching it because to copy the link and get it on the Patreon. And in the part that I just happened to be listening to it, that as I'm doing that, it's mentioning that nuclear video. Like, I've already put that out. You guys have seen that, so let me respond to the actual allegation. So, I mean, it's very unfortunate that it happened. And if anybody's going to call any of the people, Dr. Josh wasn't the only one that messaged me, but yes, Dr. Josh was one of the people that messaged me. If anybody's going to say that that's dishonorable, well, I mean, they need to really look at themselves and their behavior and what they're justifying here. Matt Bond was in the side chat justifying it the entire time. No, it's unjustifiable. Like, the video's deleted. It's not a big deal. But, I mean, Tog did that. He didn't have to. He just had a little hissy fit because I told him to fuck off a couple days before for some fucked up shit, for not having integrity. Don't pretend if you don't have it. Pure and simple.
Geo Sam was nice enough to, he linked Dr. Josh's book in the chat there that you can get on Amazon, and I highly recommend anybody that is interested in learning about that subject, pick that book up.
So yeah, I mean, if anybody's saying that the people that messaged me about that are dishonorable, because they're trying to say that Tog never said that, and I clearly trust Dr. Josh. And I'm not going to say what Dr. Josh said, but, I was told by several people that a copyright strike was threatened against the channel. It's clear and simple. It's what happened.
Here's Tog.
Yeah. So yeah, pull him in, John. I'll get the room to 10. We still have 2 open spots, and I still want to talk about Christmas. I didn't mean to get, I didn't realize, that was going to become an issue again tonight, but I guess it is.
Can I ask you a question, Knock?
Yo.
Have you even watched the videos I produced and have told you to watch?
Oh, of course. Oh no, I'm very busy. I haven't had time yet.
Please do so before you continue to run your mouth. Thank you. Goodbye. Merry Christmas, everyone.
I'll probably continue to run my mouth regardless. I mean, you did what you did.
What are these videos on?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I hit 400 followers on Twitter. Wow. Thought that would.
So I'm supposed to watch edited videos now about something he said over the course of 1 or 2 live streams. So yeah, edited videos are going to convince me that what Dr. Josh lied to me, that the other people that messaged me lied to me when they were telling me that you were threatening, that you lied to me yourself when I came in your room that morning and confronted you about it, because
it's
you
not
never.
An unreasonable request.
I mean, I literally went into the dude's room that morning, confronted him about this, and it wasn't like, oh, I didn't threaten to strike your channel. It was, here, let me explain, and I was like, fuck you, I'm out. I wasn't there for an explanation. So yeah, I didn't know that was going on. I apologize for that, Dr. Josh. That's some fucked up shit. If anybody's trying to say that you're dishonorable, then they should know better than that.
So getting back to Christmas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
I don't think that. I don't know whether Jesus of the Bible existed even without the supernatural shit.
Of course, without that, that's just not possible. Right, he was exactly. A dude, just some dude.
But my feeling is there were probably a lot of dudes named Yeshua back then. Yeah. Not to mention a lot of dudes named Yeshua who also were crucified, because there were a lot of Messiah movements back then.
Mm-hmm. You know, bet you there was pimps back then named Yeshua.
There probably was.
And Rome, you know, they didn't bother with that shit.
But real quick, and so thank you so much, Lisa, for getting us back on track. But with the proximity in which you jumped in after what Knock had said, I thought you were going to comment on that before we get too far past that.
Or what? Like, so this one guy, what are you going to do?
Well, wait a minute. Can I just say,
you're a big tough guy. This one guy, what are you going to fucking do?
Wait a minute. But on that subject, I just want to say, this one guy calling somebody out for running their mouth is the most hilarious fucking thing I've heard like this whole year. Okay, and this is a year in which we've heard Donald Trump say some pretty stupid fucking things. I mean, this one guy runs his mouth constantly. I mean, and for him to call somebody else out for running their mouth, you know, like, I don't see where he gets off doing that. I mean, that would be like me calling somebody out for, you know, being fat, you know, or calling somebody out for missing a finger on their hand. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Wait, Todd called out Knock when?
He was just in here and told him to stop running his mouth. Go watch my videos before you keep running your mouth, he said.
Maybe I'll watch it, maybe I won't.
What is this video? What is the subject of this video he's
talking about? There it is. All right. Yeah, like I said, Dr. Josh wasn't trying to cause no harm. None of the people that were messaging me were trying to cause any harm. I confronted him about it. And no matter what was said, whether a strike came up, I don't really care what was said. People were under the impression that a threat against my channel was being made.
You know, check
and the video has been deleted. End of story. I don't really care about the video. I don't care about Tog. I have no need to have a discussion with him again about how angels are demons and demons are angels. I really don't care. He can fuck off. I mean, this guy, just fuck him. I don't really care. This is it's a stupid thing. I want to talk about Christmas, and here we are talking about this one guy.
Yeah. and real quick though, something that's been happening in live chat, and the other mods can attest to it, is, you know, like it'll hold a message for review, and usually it's like stupid shit like that they're holding for review. Now we cannot show them, and I don't know if that's
error. Try again. That happened to me. I think, or it was yesterday or earlier today. Or
first time that happened to me was last night or yesterday during the open room, and yeah, it's doing the same thing. Error. Try again. You can't do nothing. I figured it was because it was at the end of the stream with Otangelo when it had delved into, you know, really spicy topics. You know, we were talking homosexuality in the Bible. I figured it was just YouTube interjecting there, but here we are with the stupid shit about this one guy. And yeah, they're not letting us do shit, so sorry for that. But whatever. And yeah, Dr. Josh, you're totally good. I don't even know, like, you didn't have to out yourself. I saw Oz was talking, and Oz's message was about the video itself. It had I don't recall this saying much of anything about strikes against my channel or not. Me and Oz had a discussion about like the direction that I want to take my channel. It didn't have much to do with this one guy. But I had several people reached out to me that evening, and I read them when I woke up the next morning saying that Tog was threatening to strike the channel because I didn't interject and have any and then when I went into Tog's room that morning, that's the first thing he asked me is, did I have commentary on the video? And I was like, no, I didn't add anything to the video. And after he asked me that, then I was like, that's fine. I'm going to go delete the video. He was like, you ain't got to delete the video. And I'm like, peace. And I was out of that room. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say. I deleted the video. End of story. I'll remake it. I don't care. I really don't. I've got a lot of videos.
What is the video that everybody keeps talking about? What is it about?
It was me.
Went into Togg's room and let Smokey know how he thought about him after Smokey talked about it.
Oh, was it that when you raged on Smokey?
Yeah. It was me. Oh. It was the time that I was confronting Smokey Saint for the bullshit he's been saying about personal people in my life.
Wait, so you tried to use that and Tog said no, I don't.
I put it into an edited video. Didn't put any commentary in it. It was just me yelling at Smokey Saint. Smokey Saint trying to defend himself. And I thought I was good. I put it out at like midnight before I went to bed. I woke up the next morning and I had 8 messages telling me that Tog was threatening to put a strike on my channel because I didn't put commentary on that video.
Okay, I didn't know. How many subscribers does he have? Like 130?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, why are you concerned about people? Like, what? So they're using a video from a channel that has 130 subscribers. I mean...
So I deleted the video. It's gone. It's off the channel. It's not there no more. I think like 200 people saw it.
M. Bond is all the way up Togg's ass. I mean, honestly, you must have like a really long brown.
Christians
tongue.
play team sports, and it's just another example of that. Yeah. I'm totally wrong for flipping out because I deleted a video on my channel that I shouldn't have had to delete. A video where I was actually dealing with the bullshit he was saying about the mother of my child. Something that Tog himself chose not to defend when he was saying it. Marty was there defending it. Tog won. I don't care what any of you Christians say. All of you Christians, you believe your imaginary friends. So why would I believe anything you fucking say?
Hey, well, here's the other thing too. He's like, Tog's saying you're all wrong. I mean, I didn't go watch it either. But what's the purpose of as soon as you show up in his chat? What's the purpose of asking? Did you put any commentary on that video? Unless it had to do with, hey, dude, you're breaking terms of service by not making it a transformative property.
Yeah, when I was there, he never said anything. Hey, I didn't know. It was exactly that, John. It's why did you not put commentary on it? So, yeah, I mean, after the fact, now that I flipped out about it, now they want to run their little Christian games, but Christians will play Christian games, atheists will play atheist games, and we're talking Christmas, so let's get back on topic. I mean, I find it odd, like we're here talking about Christmas, and the Christians in the side chat now, instead of defending Christmas, are attacking me for, taking a video down because Tog flipped out about it. Funny.
So yeah, back to Christmas. Back to Christmas. Guys. What did everybody get me this year?
They don't defend Christmas.
A MAGA hat.
Jazz hands.
Fuck no, burn that shit. They're not defending Christmas, not because they can't.
Is that why Dr. Josh outed himself? Is because people are in the side chat talking about the shit? I'll have to go back and look at the side chat.
That's how nice that man is.
I don't even know if y'all could talk to Tog, but I don't even know. All right, he's gone.
He's gone.
I don't really know much about him. He's not relevant to me.
It matters not. I mean, I'm really trying to. Jefferson, I know you go ahead and talk because there's an echo, but it matters not to me.
Damn it! Stop talking about my STD like that.
Other people are gonna know.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on my daughter and fill my soda.
I think that when Dr. Josh came in, he was trying to say that he was one of the ones that informed Knock about the possible strike, but he assumed, at least what he was saying in the chat, was that he assumed that there was some kind of miscommunication going on, and he just, he didn't think that,
it was a big deal.
Tog was essentially out to get him or cause trouble or something like that. He just assumed there was some kind of miscommunication going on, and so he figured somebody will let Knock know. So, and from what I've heard from Tog, from some of his stuff, it sounds like he was trying to figure out how to like monetize the whole thing, which the way he kind of like describes it, it sounds kind of clumsy. So I'm not exactly sure why he like.
Well, the funny thing about that is that if somebody uses one like a segment of your video or a video that you put out for commentary, or even if they don't use it for commentary, that doesn't demonetize the video.
Leo, you got an echo.
Yeah, Jefferson, can you mute if you're done talking?
I actually like Leo's voice better with the echo.
Unmuting.
It's me talking to myself in this really big room, because I fill a room, and this is a big one. So
I
big.
have a question for Lisa for truth. What is it that you would expect Christians to defend about Christmas?
Well, they always say it's a Christian holiday, so what's your evidence?
I mean, I think that it would be safe to say that it is now.
I would think it would be safe to say that it is always, because the holiday Christmas was literally created by the Catholic Church.
Yeah. I mean, I think it is a Christian holiday. It's just,
like I said earlier,
pagan.
When it's celebrated is not a Christian, but
Good
the
point,
holiday
Leo. You did say that
around
earlier.
that time is
You were right.
Christmas is Christian. The Christians literally invented that holiday. And they just celebrated it in the time of the year when everybody else was celebrating their holidays, because they figured that would help people get to their holiday, and it kind of did. But Christmas is literally a Christian holiday.
My point is that people have been celebrating the birth of their gods since the advent of religion.
Yes, I would agree.
So Christmas isn't really all that special.
Well, the concept isn't new, but that particular holiday is. Yeah, I get what you're saying. People have been celebrating the births of their god, the deaths and rebirths of their gods, and all that stuff for millennia, literally millennia.
I really think like the essence of Christmas is really important. And I, as I was researching Christmas again today, I did it a few years ago, like maybe 2 years ago, like when I was just doing edited videos right before I started live streaming. So yeah, like about 2 years ago, I did a whole series on the history of Christmas, and I had really done a thorough, in-depth research. I brought all those notes out. I kind of looked at stuff again today, and you see like anybody that's tried to like squash Christmas has had a hard time, because in the middle of a harsh winter. People in wintertime, people don't tend to congregate as much unless you're in much warmer climates. If you're like in California or Florida, you're not congregating and you're not associating as much with other human beings. So in wintertime, in the midst of that, you need that time of coming together, of communion with other human beings, of knowing, hey, you're not alone. You're not facing the harsh winter alone. And that was especially true back before the modernization of the world. But that's true even now, and we've seen it with this pandemic. Right now, like record rates, like right now people are leaving and visiting other places at the highest rate that they've been doing since the pandemic started, and that's because it's Christmas time. You can't squash that. Nobody's ever been able to.
I think there's a lot more family and community in the holiday now than necessarily Christian connotations. But I think Christmas has been commercialized for the most part. Honestly.
Well, yeah, I definitely think that the modern American Christmas is definitely an oligarch holiday, and if you're looking at it and you're looking how Christmas restarted here in America after independence, after we hated everything England for 60, 70 years, it was when industrial capitalism really took a stranglehold on America. And you had the few getting really, really wealthy, and then you had your middle class that was living really, really meagerly. So like the middle class back then would not be what we would consider a middle class to be today. We would consider it to be very impoverished, right? And you have your movies like Oliver Twist and, your classics that try to display that. A Christmas Carol would be a perfect example of that. So Christmas became about the class infrastructure of America, and it has kind of remained that as it's become more commercialized. And here in recent history, it's basically a time where poor people go into debt at the end of the year, the end of the fiscal year, and that's a very bad time to be going into debt.
When does anybody know where the tradition comes from that you hang your socks over the fireplace and they get stuffed with presents?
No,
I'm not sure about that one, John. I don't know. I know
I'm sure
I
that had
hate
to
it.
do with German Belschnickel.
Yeah, like my gut is saying German origins, but I don't know why. I'm not
your
sure
gut
why.
is saying it, or your ears from Richard's mouth are saying it?
Well, no, my gut was when it comes to most pagan like ornamentation, most of that comes from Germany, or when it comes to Christmas ornamentation, a lot of that comes from Germany. So when you're talking about Christmas trees and ornaments on Christmas trees, so yeah, I automatically think Germany, but I don't want to say it unless I know it.
I'll bet you the German word for Christmas is like 55 letters long with like 3 vowels in it.
Like the pancetta, the pancetta came from Spain, I believe, and that was during a period of American Christianization of Christmas was when the pancetta was installed, and the mistletoe, I believe, was of Norse origins, but I could be wrong about that.
What the hell's a pancetta?
Right.
It's some flower. I don't know.
Poinsettia.
Yeah, it's some. Yeah, maybe it's the poinsettia. Yeah.
The mistletoe itself may be of Norse origin, but the tradition of kissing under the mistletoe is English.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Mistletoe's white berries.
It goes back to that debauchery Knock was talking about earlier.
Probably does.
So I'm reading here. It doesn't seem that there's a what's the word I'm looking for? Or decently substantiated origin for what a Christmas stocking is. Nobody really has anything that substantively shows when or where it came from. It dates back at least to the 1800s, probably before that, because the "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" poem has, the stockings were hung by the chimney with care. So, and that was in like the early 1800s. I think that was written. So we know it goes back far, but they don't really have an idea of when it first.
I would think, and this is just my guess, that whatever caused people to start putting presents in the stockings, I would imagine the stockings were hung by the chimney with care because you're in winter and people were probably hanging their socks up to dry them out and warm them up by the fire. And then at some point they started.
Well, yeah, I would say it would definitely be during the Americanization of Christmas, because it would stem from the Saint Nick myths. Even though those actually, I mean, you did have a Saint Nicholas. I can't remember where he was at.
Saint Nicholas of Myra.
Yeah, but the actual the flying part of that actually comes from Norse mythology as well, because during this period. In Norse mythology, you had Odin doing his night flights, and those flights would determine who would prosper and who would perish during the upcoming year. So a lot of these myths were actually intertwined together to create a new story, a new quote unquote myth.
Santa Claus comes from Sinterklaas, which is it Swedish or is it Dutch? I don't want to say Dutch. I think it's.
Yeah, I think like the original dude was like carving like little wooden toys.
That character was based off of Saint Nicholas, who was the patron saint of children.
Yeah, and he would carve like little wooden toys for the children of his village, and yeah. So I mean, for Christians to argue that Christmas doesn't have its pagan roots is just basically. Christians acknowledging the pagan roots of their own religion and trying to come into terms with that, because I think that they acknowledge that the wrong that they've done to pagans over the course of history. Now, it wasn't always done at the point of a sword or at the end of a gun barrel. A lot of it was done through conversion.
Frequently, but not always.
Yeah. A lot of it was done through conversion. If you look at the taking of like Norse culture, very little violence there, but the Catholic Church was able to really take it over fairly easily, just through converting people. But a lot of times it was done at the end of a sword or at the end of the gun barrel. So I think that they recognized that they said that was evil, that had to be eliminated. So they have to run away from the fact that a lot of their own Christian roots stem from these pagan roots that have been there before them.
Hey,
I think a lot of them. Why they have a problem like that.
Does anybody know what Stephanie's alluding to? Because she had said, I guess when we were talking about the stockings, that she said that most people didn't have chimneys. Like for the period we're talking about, everybody had a chimney, didn't they? Everybody was heating their house with wood, weren't they?
They either had a chimney or a potbelly stove, which would have had an attached chimney to it, but it isn't really something. It wouldn't obviously look like a traditional
brick chimney. If it was a potbelly stove, it would have just been like
still a chimney though. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, and you know, Christmas never really became about children until the Americanization of it, and that we're talking 18th century, the Industrial Revolution era, and that's when it became about children. Before then, it was never about children. Always, Christmas is an adult holiday. That was a fertility holiday. Yeah, Saturnalia had one feast that was called Juvenalia, I believe, to where that one feast was dedicated to the children of Rome. But Saturnalia itself was a very adult holiday. That was full of orgies, very fertile. And then the upper classes of Rome were celebrating the birthday of Mithra, and it was very religious and very, very fundamentalist, if you will, for their religion. So, you know, that's how Christmas always has been. Christmas for children is a very modern thing.
What the fuck, man? Stephanie, chill the fuck out, will you? A joke, John. Grow up, she says. I mean, that's why I asked about your comment.
You let the chat get to you.
No, not getting me. I'm laughing my balls off at it. Like I triggered her because I asked about her.
I enjoy all the viewers, John. I want them to keep coming back and viewing and talking shit.
Well, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just
except for the icky taint, but we don't see him anymore.
About it. I'm just.
I'm fucking with you, John. You be you.
Dude, all I have to say, and I might have said this before, but ever since I unsubscribed from Mickey Taint and just don't watch any of his videos, don't associate with him or Nicholas for that matter, I realized how irrelevant he really is. He's just no impression on this website.
Once you detach yourself from him, yeah, you do see that. Like, why did I invest so much energy into that douchebag?
He's kind of cringy. Like, I went over and looked after just hearing about your beef, and the whole silhouette thing, and it's the whole thing is really cringe and weird.
It's kind of like when you come home from a hike and you notice there's a tick on your leg, and so you get the tweezers out and. You know, you get rid of the tick, and then you don't give it another thought after you flush it down the toilet.
Mm-hmm. It's like the weird trench coat kid in high school or something.
He'd be like, I mean, not because this guy was kind of cool in some respects, and Smokey's not in any respect, but he'd be almost like JP from what is that, Grandma's Boy, I think.
Oh, which one's JP?
The one with the glasses and the trench coat that he always had his collar popped up.
Yeah.
Talking like a robot randomly.
Talking like a robot, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was probably Smokey in high school.
I mean, does anybody have any idea? Smokey, what is he? Maybe in his 30s? Or?
Yeah, he's like 36 or 37.
37. Like and he's 6'4". I always misrepresent him. I make him smaller than he is, I've been told. But
well, you're thinking of the mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess a new feud is born, but I'm gonna ignore it. I don't really care about it. Tog is streaming, calling me I'm such a liar. I'm lying.
Yeah, you're such a liar. Eight people got it completely wrong. That what the intent of that was. Is he trying to claim that he never said anything about striking your channel? I can't imagine 8 people fucked up so badly that they misinterpreted what he said.
Especially Dr. Josh.
And I don't even get why it matters. I deleted the fucking video. It's gone. Yeah, I streamed about it because I was angry at the just absolute pettiness of having to delete a fucking video. So I mean, yeah, whatever. I did it. It's gone, and they're still here. Like, this is gonna be like a new thing. Every time I go live, I'm gonna have to deal with the Tog crew, the Matt Bond, and that whole crew. They're gonna gang up on me and do what Smokey didn't. They're gonna make me look just so idiotic and stupid. And I keep waiting for Christians to do that, and yet it just never fucking happens. So when you do it, let me know. God, because I love watching it. I love watching the attempts. I really fucking do. I really love watching the attempts. I had Christians in my side chat talking shit like, "Oh, of course, it's not Christmas isn't pagan." Not a single one of them came up in here. Not a single one of them came up in here to defend their position. Come and tell me how I'm wrong. God damn it! Stop being a fucking coward and stop focusing on this video I deleted. It's gone. I agree with
Lisa that the position is indefensible. It's obvious, everything that Lisa said, everything that you've said about Christmas, and Leo's caveat is also obvious. So they really have nothing to defend, no way to defend it.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even that big of a deal, right? Like it's Christmas had pagan roots. You worship Jesus.
I don't know why something that's older and more has more of a foothold in history discredits something. I can't figure that out.
Yeah.
Well, somebody else must have posted it. I just went and posted it, Mindy. I was too late, I guess, huh?
Hey, sassy heathen.
Hi, you're slow, John. You got to keep up.
The thing is, they cannot admit that anything in their religion is pagan. However, everything in their religion is borrowed, either from Judaism or from paganism or from Zoroastrianism or whatever. Everything is borrowed. There is nothing new in Christianity.
There's nothing new under the sun, according to Christianity. But so that's interesting,
They cannot admit that their religion is not novel because they can't admit that it actually does come from other religions.
They don't want to share.
I'm not sure why novel is better compared to steadfast and well-footed. I don't know why that's
like better. That beard is steadfast and well-footed.
We lost John.
It really is.
There's only half of the beard. My name tape's in the way.
So there he is. He's coming back. All right. Bad connections. All right. Yeah. So to me, it doesn't even matter. But the fact that they make it matter keeps me talking about it. Right.
Like, I mean, to be fair, I don't think that most Christians would argue with that. I think probably the ones surfing around looking to. I mean, you're going to catch some floating around YouTube, but I don't think that's common of Christians.
Yeah, well,
I went to a Catholic high school, and I'd never heard anybody oppose that at all.
Well, the thing is, Flow State, to most of these Christians, at least that we deal with here, everybody that's here, you went to a Catholic school?
Mm-hmm.
Catholic. Yeah, well, you're not a Christian. You weren't a Christian when you were a Catholic. I've been told that by so many people, and I always say, show me literally anybody in academia who would agree with that statement that's relevant to like New Testament studies, biblical studies, antiquities, stuff like that. Because none of them would say that.
I generally agree with Flow State, because I think like when I talk about normal Christians are people that say they believe in Jesus, they go to church every Sunday, but they don't really believe in Jesus, because if they really believed in Jesus, they wouldn't have premarital sex, right? They wouldn't.
I don't think that that was against, I don't think Jesus said anything about that.
Well, like Christians tend to think that he has a really bad problem with it.
Nah, Jesus was probably cool with it.
You got to remember, though, there's a difference between Jesus and Republican Jesus. They're not the same person now.
Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah. So most Christians just don't really care. They believe they have a belief in Jesus Christ. They don't really put much stock into it. They don't look at the rules that would entail. They're not the Paul and Morgans of the world saying that you have to live a certain way. And I would totally agree. Like, they don't really care. They practice Christmas. To them, it's Jesus's birthday and family gets together. But to other Christians, some Christians now won't practice Christmas because of the pagan roots, right? So, and that's becoming like this growing movement. Yeah, it's like this growing movement. It has pagan roots. It's demonic. Don't practice it. I find that funny. I just find that funny because to me, Christmas isn't about any of that. Christmas for me is rich people, really, really, really rich people getting really, really, really richer. So that, to me, I just kind of laugh at the little internal infighting, but that is a thing. Like, if you watch channels like Paul and Morgan or Girl Define, they'll talk about these holidays. Girl Define is more about Halloween, but other channels, they'll talk about these pagan roots, and then you'll have these Christian apologists that'll go around trying to talk about the history and saying, no, Christ Mass was always there, and they were practicing that from the very beginning. And I want to know where they get that from, because when I look into this, Christ Mass was not always there. It wasn't there until the first organized church, and that came way later. So, I just don't understand where they're getting their information.
We wouldn't be able to know that either way. We don't have good enough records dating back that far, do we?
Well, Romans had very good records. Yeah, sure. I mean,
it depends on what particular aspect you'd be talking about. In terms of like when when essentially the Roman Catholic Church was established was. I don't know if it's accurate to say that the Roman Catholic Church was officially established.
Somebody else came in a room, knocked.
It would have been around that time, I do believe.
Yeah,
Quentin
should be showing. Let me see.
Howdy.
Yeah, so I just got to get
Ginger Jesus is here.
Hey,
I
Ginger.
gotta ask, since I sassy heathen, I have to ask you. Your hat's making me hungry. Did you make that out of good and plenty, or?
I like it.
No. Thank you.
Very
It matches your hair.
Thank you. I just made it today.
It looks like a bunch of Mike and Ike's.
It looks like a bunch of Mike and Ike's.
No.
That's
good. Because I'm sweet, just like
Where the
candy,
fuck
so
is
it works.
Run away.
So what do you think,
Well,
sassy
guys.
heathen? You're the sassy heathen. Is Christmas heathen?
Oh God, yeah, definitely. That was like that. And before I found the whole debating thing on YouTube and stuff, that was one of my favorite things to do. Was piss off my my very religious in-laws by when they would say, "Oh, keep the Christ in Christmas," and I'd be like, ah. Yeah.
There he is. How's it going, Ginger? You're the other white meat.
My aunt actually blocked me because of it.
I've been blocked by several people for trolling about Christmas in my family.
Yeah, speaking of being blocked, Knock, who is gay porn addict?
Huh?
I think that's a troll.
There's some dude that popped in there and said that with the gay porn addict, and the first thing they said was, "You can't avoid me forever, Ronnie."
It's a parody account of Smokey. If you look at the profile picture closely, it's Smokey's actual real face, and so they're calling him a gay porn addict.
I'm missing
it's somebody. I don't know who it is, but it's somebody who's trolling.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably Maynard.
By the way, the debate is about to start. I'm going to take off, everybody. Thanks for having me here.
Have a good night.
Peace out, everybody.
I'm missing it. What are you seeing? Because I don't see it. Is it not there no more?
No, it's there. I mean, they got timed out at some point, so maybe it's too far back.
Who's moderating?
I forget who. I think it might have been. Matt Powell's Gay Pterodactyl, or.
See, I only like it when James is moderating. He's the only one I'll watch.
So
the debate tonight, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the debate. Yeah, see, that's why I always love Leo when he goes to go somewhere else. He always makes sure to mention it during our stream, like.
I mean, if you have to ask what side I'm on by reading my name, then I don't think you get the joke. They're just gonna put that out there. I'm making fun of Christians by calling myself Ginger Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not Christian anymore?
No, he's a Buddhist now.
Oh, okay, cool. There's
I was also adopted on Christmas, so technically it's my birthday.
Cool?
There's a hypothesis out there that Jesus actually Jesus went to India to study under Buddhists.
Oh boy.
Don't know if that's true or not. Just putting it out there.
It's not true.
Yeah, I mean, I think he went. I think that there's something somewhere about him going to Egypt studying under the philosopher Milo, but I'm not sure where that comes from or if that ever actually happened. I think that it could happen because I think Joseph did take his family to Egypt, But I'm not sure how true or accurate that is.
Talking about that Milo Yanka Waka.
And I could have the like philosopher totally wrong there too. I'm sure like Richard's laughing, so he probably knows I do.
Yeah. I'm talking about the Milo
Stephanopoulos.
Yeah,
the prophet Milo Stephanopoulos.
That's who he studied.
Sounds like a Dr. Seuss name.
I think he could have gone to whatever land that is where Buddhism was, India or whatever.
He could have flown there.
But I think he went because he went through the Buddha country on his way to America to be with the Mormons.
It's the worst exegesis ever.
I'm making a video right now. What's the guy? Is Dave Baltimore, or something like that. He's a right-wing Christian activist, and he went to the Serpent Mound in Ohio, and they were doing Christian prayers and ceremonies there, renaming the Serpent Mount the Sermon Mount, and taking it in the name of Jesus. Well, the Native Americans showed up, and they didn't like that too much. And I've got the confrontation, and I don't know why I'm telling that story right now, outside of the fact that fuck Christians. So
I agree. Well, we know how effective it is taking things in the name of Jesus. I mean, come January 20th, Biden's president. Fuck Trump,
And several years ago, the moon officially was owned by the United States of America.
Well, yeah, we got our flag up there now.
We planted the flag first; it's ours. Sorry.
But I believe that actually belongs to the Greys. So. Wait a minute. That's the question. Like, do aliens celebrate Christmas?
Hold on a second. We got somebody else.
No.
I had my deal like fucking my screen minimized, so I didn't see. I finally saw in the private chat. Puff's like, "Is there a problem with my equipment?" No, it's just me and Knock weren't paying attention, Puff.
Yeah,
It's no problem, man. I had a moment today too, so it's just it culminated in me cussing my boss out, but it's all good.
Oh, I'm very surprised by that, since you were so triggered by me getting a little upset the other night.
Well, I mean, I said that's not the way, and I said the same thing. I was like, this, like the language I used was not appropriate for interpersonal communication. Like I never spoke to you in that manner for any.
What did I miss?
No. Puff was triggered because I was getting all upset the other night when I was trying to ask Otangelo that question, and everybody kept interrupting me and telling me.
No, that was like yesterday.
That was like yesterday.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Like, man, it's not cool, man. Well, go ahead.
If anybody can answer this, Puff can. Puff, when's Skyler coming back? I miss him.
This is the thing. He has. Okay, so the internet is a thing. The internet never forgets, and he already said that he has ambitions to go into teaching. And he does not want the weight of a provocative YouTube career to anchor, be a boat anchor on his teaching.
That's understandable.
That's not going to happen.
It's fucked up that
I'm sure he'll come back anyway. So I just wanted.
Well, very respectful, but it's fucked up that society is that way. Like that's even a thought.
He said that he's gonna. He said he's going to do some shorts here and there. So, like, if you notice, I'm going to stop my cam for a second. If you notice, just recently he put an untitled project up on his channel, if you look. But he said he's not going to do any more live streams where he's on. He's not going to do any more debates. He's going to he wants to be more into his film stuff where he's the producer and the content creator. He doesn't have to be the guy, the star. He can still pursue his passion, but in a way that's not going to negatively affect.
Well, right, but going by what Knox said, though, isn't it just a terrible thing that he even has to have those considerations? I mean, because and he's absolutely right to think that way, because there are situations where he could apply to certain school, and if they knew he was this vocal atheist online, that it could make it so he wouldn't get the job.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing. It's pretty rough. I think it's kind of fucked up that that's the situation. You know what I mean? But I understand the other side of the coin, right? in that in certain situations it can become very distracting and almost impossible for the teacher to do their job in a way and have a effective communication between them and the students anymore in certain situations. Because I'm sorry, but junior high school kids, boys, girls, anything, whatever gender they express, you know, if you are not asexual, you're going to have things going on in puberty, right? And the internet is a thing. People go out there, they look at adult entertainment, and if you see your math teacher in it, man, woman, or whatever, it totally changes the dynamic.
Wait a minute, but what do you mean by adult entertainment, though?
Yeah, is he a
No. What I'm saying
I was just going to say, wait. What kind of videos is he making?
No, but what I'm saying is that's the main reason why we have that stigma, right? Of the stuff can follow you, but more in if Skylar was really worried about it, he'd be more worried about it in his career now, because in his career now, it would affect what he does, you know, with the company side of things, not with the public side of things. You know what I mean? Like a company would have more problems with it. But as far as the public, I understand in terms of it in school and stuff like that, it could be disruptive.
It's one of the main reasons why I went back to doing what I do now as opposed to what I was doing when I first started doing YouTube. Back then, I could only make one video a week because I was working 80 hours a week. And in that career, what I do here on YouTube would have ended my career. And I wasn't doing that when I was doing like hardcore YouTube for atheism like I'm doing now, but that I was surrounded by Christians. Like if they would have found out, like I would have had no place in that company.
This out too, it reminded me, I forgot to mention at the top of the show, like when you show that little bumper that starts out with your very first broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that was only like 3-4 years ago, right?
Shit, that was 2 years ago, maybe.
Only 2 years ago, and you look like 20 years fucking younger in it, dude.
I know, because I got fat.
Yeah, definitely. Getting fat does age you. Let me tell you, I speak from experience. I've had 3 children. I know.
Yeah, and once you get fat, you can't lose it, man.
Rich's hand is going to fall off here soon.
I mean, the thing that sucks most about it, though, to go back to what we were talking about a minute ago, is that had Skylar been a Christian YouTuber that went on YouTube and talked about the Bible all the time, he would not even have to consider not doing his channel anymore if he was going to become a teacher, because that's the way society is. Nobody would even nobody would even question him about that. Even atheists wouldn't really.
Right.
Going into school and talking about it all the time in class and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just that I understand. I'm going to let Richard get it after this, but I understand because there's some things that are not even like not how you would think provocative, but how it could make it kind of look bad for a teacher. Like I thoroughly enjoyed. I loved the Hobo Santa. I loved it, but if taken out of context and presented to a PTA group out of context, it could be just make him look terrible.
Well, and not to rain on his parade, and I'm not, and I totally respect his decision. I'm not trying to talk him out of his decision, but as you said, the internet never forgets, and it's out there now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Richard, go ahead, Richard, because you're gonna have a really strong right arm.
I already do. Thank you. Okay, I'm maybe my logic is flawed, but I'd like to present something that just came to me in this conversation to the panel. Anyone who wants to comment on it, it's true that prejudice exists within groups against other groups. It's true that academia, especially the STEMs, are more likely to have academics that are atheist than Christians, like religious. They're still, traditional Christians, but mostly okay. And it's true that if Skylar were to present himself as an atheist in certain aspects of life, he could be ridiculed, blackballed, fired, etc. But then with all that in mind, I've heard people, and maybe you guys don't agree, saying that Ben Stein's expelled, no intelligence allowed was all the fault of the people who got dismissed from those communities and had nothing to do with religious prejudice.
I missed half that question.
Yeah,
but I will
sorry, Richard. I got sidetracked. I usually don't let
half that question,
chat
but
sidetrack
I will
me.
say that Ben Stein's movie was creation of a problem that doesn't exist.
Isn't Ben Stein
that's the problem I'm having is you just said that that's the creation of a problem that doesn't exist, but in Skylar's situation it would exist.
Right, because
And
the thing
if
is,
the opposite
what I'm saying though is you'll never
Jefferson.
you would never see during antebellum slavery, you would never ever see a professor thrown out of a university for advocating the benefits or some kind of apologetics in favor of antebellum slavery. It's just not going to happen. So when you have a country where all the people that are running the universities are very highly religious.
Wait. All the people running all the universities are highly religious?
But they are they're religious, but also they're capitalists, right? And we know that in this country, the actual major churches have become capitalists as well, because they know that how do you make your will felt in America? Through the dollar bill. That's why they take in so much donations, so they can spend that money politically to make things happen. It is
the problems I have with them, sure.
Right? Yes, I respect your honesty there, and I love that about you, man. You'll call them out. But that's the thing, is that their donors are also religious as well.
There's a lot of speculation. I don't know.
No, there's a lot of donors that are speculating.
Well, yeah, to your point, isn't Ben Stein like that uber right wing, like just?
Oh, he's super conservative.
Yeah.
And think about it. He's ultra conservative. He's super conservative. He wants
Bueller.
Yeah, he wants to be in power. He's not just a supporter of the Jewish people. He's a supporter of the state of Israel. You know what I mean? So religion is power support. And that's the thing is, it was just, that movie was just a victim narrative. You'll never see, because that's the thing is, even
wait. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You cannot.
Why is it a victim narrative in that situation, but in an equal and opposite situation, it's not a victim narrative? Why is that?
Because he didn't say, "Oh, you're going to malign me." No, he just said, "Look, this is out there, and I want to move forward into a different thing." I didn't say it was terrible that, and you missed what I said, is that I didn't say it was terrible that some things are going to hang as a boat anchor on people that may want to go into the teacher's profession. It's just the facts of reality. And I understand how it would be, in any context, could be disruptive to the learning environment. So I support that. But what I'm saying is, the fact is, you're not going to find a university in the country that has the ball to fire anyone in the STEM field because that person is religious. Now, if that person is ignoring actual factual data, or
Armitage,
or manipulating studies to produce results that they want to fit their religion, guarantee they're getting the fucking can, dude.
Yeah, see, they keep bringing up Armitage, and he was literally fired from his university for the extreme, very unscientific things he was saying, the disinformation he was putting out.
Wait!
It all comes back to capitalism, though, because
dinosaur soft tissue, I believe.
I'm such a leftist, right? It may sound cynical, but it all comes back to capitalism, which is if that university supports someone that's doing something that is objectively unscientific to support a narrative that can't be proven, they are tacitly supporting that. And then they run into the situation of, now they're jeopardizing their ability to get future funding. They're jeopardizing their ability to get grants and things like that in the STEM fields that they are highly dependent on to keep their university in the top university.
Real quick, before we get too far past, I want to respond to something that Richard said, because you had said, why isn't it victimhood, or why isn't it the victim mentality? What exactly was it you said?
I said in equal opposite situations, why is one claiming victimhood and the other one is justified?
And then what's the other one, though?
Well, Skylar fiction and...
Okay, well, the reason why it's not victimhood in that situation is because it's true that atheists are treated differently in most walks of life. In
No,
society.
I'm not arguing against that. I think you're right.
Well, that's
but
why
it's also true the other way.
I don't see
no, the reason why I wouldn't say it's not true is because it's all about who holds the reins of power at any given time, whether or not you're actually being persecuted or whether or not you're just having a victim narrative complex. And the thing is, I'm not saying.
Wait a minute. When have atheists ever held the reins of power, though?
I mean, like on an island. Guy got stranded on
the USSR would probably be the one.
Yeah,
example.
Russia, China.
Which I think it's hard to say that atheism rules China. I think China's main religion is Buddhism. If I'm not,
their main religion
communism is a pretty.
Communism and atheism have nothing to do with one another. Communism is a political philosophy. Atheism is an answer to.
I understand that they're not technically connected.
No. Christians like to connect them when they have nothing at all to do with each other. Nothing at all to do with each other.
I mean, actual communism would probably be tied mostly to what most Christians think of as the teachings of Christ.
Now, sure, I do think Marx wrote against foundations of religion, but that. Communism is a political philosophy. Atheism is a answer to a question. So they're fundamentally different.
But see, this is the thing: is China is not an atheist country by any stretch of the imagination. You're allowed to practice any religion you want there, with exception of they are really bad about the Uyghurs and also Falun Gong. Now, here's the thing: the Uyghurs seem to be a people that are being persecuted in just the most horrific means possible. However, the Falun Gong, they are like the Chinese version of Jehovah's Witness, and they push and push and push and push and push. And I don't think it's right.
The Falun Gong live very, very healthy lifestyles. They're like cash crop. They're organ farms, is what they are.
No, that's the Uyghurs. You're a little bit.
No, that's the Falun Gong.
The Uyghurs are the ones that are getting done. Falun Gong.
Google.
So Google and you'll find out.
While you guys do that, I want to fight with Naka.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and finish this just a second. So the thing is, China figured out that the way that you cement things is the way America did it, right? Which is patriotism over everything else. You're an American before you're anything else, right? In China, you're a Chinese before you're anything else. And then they went one step further, which is unless you are born in China by two Chinese parents, you can never become Chinese. So in their country, there is a thing. You can do what you want to do, but first and foremost, China comes first. So if you go to your church to pray, before you pray and you acknowledge your connection with Jesus, you must acknowledge your connection with China, which is currently ruled by the communist state. But you have to confirm your connection with China in your heart, and then you can practice your religion.
Yeah, it's my position that no country has ever been a communist country.
Yeah.
No, well, and that's the thing is that there's no such thing, in my opinion, as socialism or communism. There is, or Marxism. There's Marxisms, there's socialisms, and there's communisms. Because there's never been one such thing as one capitalism or one version of anything. Capitalism started and stopped, and it came in fits and sputters and everything to make it through feudalism, then into the serfs and the lords system, and then finally eked its way into proto-capitalism, which was the generation of proto-wealth, or should I say the consolidation of proto-wealth, which is what led to the proto-capitalism. And then once the city-state was established in a modern terms, then capitalism took off full blast.
Yeah, and I don't want to get down the rabbit hole too much of politics.
Just Richard had something he wanted to take Knock to task on.
Oh, not take him to task, ask some questions for clarification on Mark Armitage and what it was that he was in any way dishonest about.
Backstage.
I'd have to look into the particulars. As far as I understand it, it was about spouting off that dinosaur soft tissue proves that dinosaurs' fossils are 4,500 years old, but I'd have to look into the particulars. I understand that he's suing his university for discrimination against his religion, but I don't think he has, from what I've seen, any grounds to stand on because he was spouting off disinformation.
Mary Schweitzer is so fucking tired of her work being used by the funding.
And the thing about Armitage is they go around spitting off that he's a PhD and he's an expert in this, and he's not.
He is not a PhD, and he's not an expert in that. He's a microscopist.
Yeah.
He's an expert in microscopes.
Jefferson is back, but I don't think he's in the stream yet.
Yeah,
he's an expert in microscopes. He was running a lab that was earning over $3 million a year for his university. He was let go for some of the things he said, obviously. But was he lying? Well, I think it's more accurate to say Christians are exaggerating what Mark Armitage said.
Maybe so. I haven't
for
really
obvious
looked into
reasons.
that. Yeah, I've only dealt with the Christians saying what Armitage said.
I mean, in the toe bone of a microraptor, he found...
Hey, somebody's echoing.
Yeah, Jeff and his SPD are back.
Damn it. You know, the reason I
Take
jumped
a
out
shot,
and
man.
jumped
Jeez.
back in, yeah, you know what? I'm not
Get
gonna do
yourself
it.
some ointment and some antibiotics.
I think whatever
shave that.
Yeah,
I heard if you go,
they have
and you
medicine for
fill,
that.
if you fill a turkey baster with white vinegar, right, and then you inject it, and you can survive the next 30 seconds, you might live through it.
I did hear that shoving a flashlight up your ass cures certain diseases. So,
But only if it's a UV flashlight. It's got to be sunlight.
It's got to be a
gotta
full
be
spectrum
real
bulb.
sunlight.
Try
So what I do is I have Gwyneth Paltrow come over to my house.
Try bloodletting.
It's
Jefferson, try some bloodletting.
Chug a bottle of fucking NyQuil in your ass. You'll be fine.
Guys, I've tried all these things, and I'm presently I'm quite anemic, and
Hey, Puff.
and I glow in the dark. But
I've
yeah.
heard about that sunbathing your asshole thing. When did that become a thing?
I don't know, but I started selling treatments in California back in the early 70s. No, I don't know, but it's just like a coffee enema. Like, you don't need to be that high on caffeine. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Yeah,
speak
well, you know,
for
that
yourself.
was a thing. That was a thing in universities a few years back where they were like doing vodka by enema, and I guess that gets you really fucked up.
Boofing.
Well,
Yeah,
thankfully-
because your anus is more absorbent than your mouth. Like,
Well, see, yeah, but that actually comes from, that's an old school trick that comes from lifelong alcoholics. Because if they get throat cancer and they end up having to get their throat surgery done on their throat or whatever, they can't drink for a long time after that. And no alcohol can go down your throat while it's trying to heal. So what they'll do is they'll go and get an enema bag and they'll kind of get some really, really low grade alcohol, water it down, and try to, get drunk or whatever. But luckily,
I thought I was a drunk.
I saw 1,000 Ways to Die, luckily, and I saw a man that had that surgery, and he just couldn't take not drinking after 4 days, and he couldn't take the shakes and everything. He went and bought a bottle of sherry at the store, and he got his wife to set it up and everything, and before the bottle was halfway into him, he was dead.
Yeah, because you know.
Yeah,
But alcohol poisoning a lot faster.
Well, they said he was so drunk, his lungs shut down.
Do these people have a death wish or something?
Yeah.
Well, I guess he was dying to get drunk.
It's called the Darwin Awards.
And here's the other problem too, because there's actually a stage before that, which is actually something that a lot of people don't realize, is that depending on the genetic makeup of the particular alcoholic, at a certain point, depending on how much they've done, abusing alcohol over time will condition the body to release an enormous amount of the enzyme pepsin into the digestive system. So that when they don't drink, they usually have a chronic case of heartburn, which usually is automatically triggered by drinking things like water, right? As soon as they drink water, they get heartburn because there's all this pepsin in their system. Their body is producing that, the pepsin, and I think they also start overproducing amylase, basically in preparation to condition them so that they can actually like digest the alcohol before it has to go to their liver. It's basically like a self-defense mechanism. When they start boofing that, they actually hijack that they bypass all that kind of conditioned security stuff, and usually once they've done that, things go south quickly.
Quick side note before anybody
no
moves
pun
on.
intended. No pun intended, right, Jefferson?
Yeah. Before it moves on, quick side note. That's where they got the name for Pepsi, because originally it was Pepsi was supposed to calm your stomach like Pepsin.
Well, I definitely quit drinking at the right time because I never got there. I thought I was, I know this guy. I thought I was bad because I would generally drink about a fifth of Captain a night when I was drinking. But I know this guy, and he was more of a binge drinker, and he would go months upon months, and he'd be sober and just clean as a whistle, normal human being. He would be the head chef, right? Like, so he would run the kitchen and he'd have all that responsibility. But then he'd start drinking again. And when this guy started drinking, I was drinking a fifth. He's drinking a half a gallon, right? And it would get to the point like he would be in public, crawling through public streets, pissing himself. He'd always end up getting fired. He'd sober up and come back. And alcoholism is a terrible disease. I'm very lucky that I saw my alcoholism very early. I took the steps that I took, and even that it has been a struggle. Sometimes a year later, I still think about drinking. It's a very serious problem within the country, and Christmas being a time of year where alcoholism seems to be the reason for the season. So I would suggest, this Christmas season, if anything, be that, if you're a sober person, be that sober driver for your friends and family if you need to be.
But I will say this, without the whiskey industry and its byproducts, its waste products from manufacturing, we wouldn't have juicy fruit bubblegum.
True.
What?
Yeah, so
I don't think
I heard this story
by
before.
not having juicy fruit.
I've heard
There's
this
only
story
two
before.
things the world is like the main ingredient in juicy fruit. One of them is a waste product from the manufacturing of whiskey, and the place where they first made juicy fruit just happened to be down the street from a whiskey factory. The other source that you can get that flavor from is from jackfruit, but jackfruit are notoriously hard to transport around the globe. They don't like boat rides, and so during the time that was made, it would have been nearly impossible to import it, and definitely impossible to import enough to make the supply for the gum.
So even though
I
they
don't
never
think anybody's
admitted it,
going
they
to be
probably got it from the
devastated.
brewery.
Yeah,
Hey, Puff,
you know why they didn't admit it? Because of religion.
Hey, Puff, I'm going to start calling you Cliff Clavin.
This
I don't
echo
know.
is
There's
this echo is
juicy
freaking me
fruit.
out, man.
Falun Gong are the ones that are harvested for their
Sorry.
organs.
I fuck with
wish
you,
I could
Jefferson.
hear what you guys hear. I wish I could hear what you guys
I know that's
hear.
what I tell John when John complains about it to me before the stream. I'm like, I don't hear anything. It's got to be on your end. But I think you are proof here, Jefferson, that this is a StreamYard thing.
Well, it's actually not. I think it's actually this particular headset, because when I went into the sound settings when I logged off and checked, and when I had something playing in the background, like what's coming out of the headphones is actually like going down the boom mic into the mic. So it's just not shielded well enough. So I think it's just the fact that it's just a cheap
Maybe
headset.
that's what's happening with me too when it happens for me. But then, like, I leave and I come back and I'm fine.
Yeah.
This is actually the first time this has happened. I haven't had anybody complain. Like I've never actually heard an echo attributed to me. But it sounds like And
You know
maybe,
what?
I don't know.
We were
maybe-
just
maybe the
talking a
headset's
little bit
fading
ago
out.
about stuffing things up your ass. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, but
Maybe it will.
I only do that for medical purposes and not to cure the item, but to
Do
cure
it
myself.
for science. This is science.
Wait. Weren't you talking about pegging earlier?
You were.
Yes, they were.
No, I was accusing Elisa of talking about pegging. It was triggering me.
I'm just saying, I'll never forget how to say the salad was too spicy in Spanish.
Right on. Flow State, I think
Natural
you found your
progression.
citation.
Oh yeah. For what? For the Falun Gong shit?
Well, and I have to say, and this is why I didn't want to get too much down the political rabbit holes tonight, because talking to you, Flow State, is enjoyable if we're not talking about fucking politics. So,
I actually left the last time Flow State was when we started talking about politics. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking out.
yeah, John was like, I can't do it.
Falun Gong is the one persecuted for their or harvested for their organs. The Uyghur are the ones put in camps.
Well, that's kind of odd because it says the economics of China's organ harvesting. It says save the Uyghur. It's weird. It's so odd.
I'm sure they hit everybody up for organs, but Falun Gong specifically was a very healthy
Falun Gong. So
yeah.
It's weird that the Uyghur are the people that are getting put in concentration camps.
Well, I mean, if your cash cow is sick, then you can't really sell the beef, can you?
Hey, you just don't tell the customer.
Well, but here's the thing. But I don't know. You're not saying that the Uyghurs aren't being put in camps, are you? Because they are.
I'm saying they are. Yeah.
But I'm saying the main organ harvesting is them because there's so many of them and they don't. It's against their rules to fight back.
The Falun Gong have especially good organs.
They're human beings.
Just Google it, man.
What do you mean they have especially good organs?
No, you don't have to take my word for it. Just Google it.
I mean, are you talking they have especially good organs from like a taste standpoint?
Haven't
like,
the Falun
very
Gong
nice
actually
marbling.
the Falun Gong have actually started to Epoch Times, that crazy news source that claims.
What's crazy about that? Hold on.
the Epoch Times, that's owned by Falun Gong. It's fine.
Yeah. It would almost support that they're an organized, crazy, fucking religious sect. But hey.
Can I ask Flo? I want to ask Flo State a question though. Since we broached the subject already. On January 20th, who's going to be president?
Oh God, haven't I done this like 3 times here already?
It's Biden.
Oh, how did we get here? I didn't want to go there.
It's going to be Kamala Harris.
I mean, we went from talking about shoving shit up our ass.
It's that one question. On January 20th, who's going to be president?
Ask me a different time when there's not 18 people.
No, actually,
because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to say Trump's going to be in, and then there's going to be a whole room.
Go down the rabbit hole. Just answer my question.
Trump is going to be elected now. Everybody say no.
How? Trumpy Bear is
already
Trumpy Bear is going to win. I don't care what you guys said. Trumpy Bear went and talked to the people on the Supreme Court. They're going to flip the election over. They're canceling the votes in California. Trumpy Bear wins. Donald Trump, however, is going to have to go home somewhere because he can't live at Mar-a-Lago. He's legally barred from that.
I have a.
I don't know what dumbass decided to make a fucking stuffed animal after Donald Trump.
Flow State, I have a question for you though, because I'm wondering how this works because I've seen this and from a lot of different people that are right wing. What do a lot of right wingers think, especially right wingers that are supportive of Trump? What do they think is going to happen on January 20th?
That Trump will be inaugurated.
Not even.
Just not an alternative.
I do not have the energy right now to try to do this.
I'm not trying to like start a beef with you. I'm legitimately curious. I'm wondering because I keep hearing this. They keep telling people that they run into on like Facebook or Twitter, like wait until January 20th and then they'll post like a popcorn emoji. So I'm wondering like what is it that's getting spread in right wing circles that they think is going to happen on January 20th?
Well, what I've been looking at mostly lately is Patrick Byrne has a shit ton. Do you know who that is? He's the Overstock guy. He hired a bunch of private monitors. He hired a team to monitor the elections, and so they've been capturing a bunch of just live watching people do it. So they've got a whole bunch of evidence. I don't know the specifics of what's in it because they haven't brought it out yet.
But hey, isn't it illegal to record people while they're voting?
Again, I don't know the ins and outs of all of it. I don't know how it was done. I imagine that since he's talking openly about it and with Sidney Powell and Trump and stuff, that they did it in a legal way. I don't know.
Patrick Byrne looks like Ginger Jesus from 20 years in the future.
All right, and real quick, Sidney Powell is a QAnon conspiracy cuckoo. Shouldn't be anywhere near a courtroom or the White House. But that being said, I want to acknowledge I must have missed this. I must have been away AFK when this happened earlier. James Hogue, thank you so much for your $50 donation to the channel. 3 men died on Christmas and were met by St. Peter, who said to enter heaven, you must possess a Christmas symbol. The first man had a lighter. It's like a candle. The second man had keys, jingle bells. The third had women's panties. These are carols. Thank you. Thank you so much, James Hogue. And then longtime supporter, our buddy, our brother Maynard Saves, says, Merry Weedmas. And $50 donation. Thank you, Maynard Saves. Merry Weedness to all, and to all a good joint. Hey now to my main peeps, Knock, John Peterson, Puff, Marty Camejo, Skylar, you are missed, and last but never least, Agnostic Pagan Mom, you the shit girl. Much love all. I smoke weed all day. So thank you, Maynard. And now y'all can carry on with the insanity. I just have to say, like, when you say that Trump will be elected, Trump wasn't elected. The question is Trump going to be president? So carry on. I didn't want it to go here, but now that it's here, I'm just going to keep that dumpster fire button going. The dumpster fire's on. I enjoy Flow State, but I guess John, he left the last time, but he wanted it this time. So y'all do your thing.
I'm just saying, hey man, he could get elected as the president of the Jelly Belly Donut Roll Committee. All right. I'm saying. So, it could be the case. I miss Jeff leaving. Damn it. But anyway, I'm more perturbed by that than anything Trump's doing. But yeah, he's just. I don't understand why you guys think he's getting elected. That fool is on the fucking plane. And can we acknowledge this? He's not even going to be in Washington D.C. on January 20th. Do you guys know this?
Where's he going to be?
He's advertising by email he's throwing his own inauguration party in fucking Florida at Mar-a-Lago on January 20th.
Yeah, he's going to run a shadow government where he tells the Republicans in Congress.
Show it up on the screen.
What?
Can you screen share it or something? I've not heard that.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, he can screen share it for you, but not the audience. Because I've got a set of only I can really share a screen for the audience. I could do that for you guys, but it would be so blurry, nobody would understand what they were looking at anyway.
I mean, wow. The people have spoken.
And that's pretty much it.
Is the president.
He's running this Stop the Steal campaign is a long time grift. They've been doing it since before he became president. It's all a grift to get money. That's been proven thoroughly.
How's that been proven thoroughly?
Because none of the money is all of the money is going to Trump. This is all out there. Like, people have reported on this. This is that's
people
just
have
what's
reported on election fraud too. But
like who?
No evidence of any of that.
Like who? Like who though? Newsmax.
They've got 5,000 affidavits. 5,000 signed affidavits of people reporting election fraud.
Why do Republican judges keep throwing it out of court?
Because they're compromised, obviously.
Compromised. So Republicans, very conservative Republican judges that Trump himself appointed, are compromised.
People are more
compromised by who?
Well, John Roberts is an Epstein Island traveler.
So is Trump.
No, he's not.
Yeah, Trump had Epstein's number in his cell phone, yo.
I know, they knew each other. He'd never been to Epstein.
Bro, there's video of him at
a he was at the island, yo.
On Epstein's Island.
They're both billionaires in New York. They knew each other.
They were buddy.
Wait a minute. I could put a fucking video. I could put a video on screen right now showing Trump at Epstein's Island, right next to.
Do it. I want to see that.
Hey, Knock. He's too rich to pedo.
No, I do want to see that video. I want to see him at Epstein Island.
Too big to fail. Trump's too rich to pedo.
Sorry. I just want to say, if I could just get a second, I love you all very much. Enjoy the conversation. Not my thing. Peace and respect to you all. Thanks for letting me on your show, Knock. John, have a good night.
As always, have a good night, Richard. I'm not sure if I've seen a video of Trump on Epstein Island, but like we know that they have ties. Epstein had that island; they were buddies. I think it's safe to assume that Trump has been on that island.
Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Trump banned him
plane
from
records
Mar-a-Lago.
show the plane records from the FAA show that he was on.
He
that
has
island.
been on his plane once.
No, on that island.
No, he has not.
You can't take off from that island if you
has
weren't
not
on that
look,
island.
He's never
bro.
been on the island. He banned Jeff Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. They have been to parties together. He did testify against him way back the first time he got convicted. You can look all this shit up. It's right there.
Trump would testify against his mom, bro. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he would definitely testify against his own kids, and it might have
testified
to.
against each other, but they were still killing folks.
All right, so I mean, we're down a rabbit hole now. We're down an Epstein rabbit hole now, and that's not important. I guess like I'm really trying to just get kicked off of YouTube. So we're talking election fraud, and you're talking about all these affidavits. Again, so everybody in America is compromised. Even the really super Heritage Foundation conservative judges appointed by Donald Trump, the judges that Trump appointed to the Supreme Court. The recent one, so
Trump,
they've all been compromised. All
Trump's
of them.
the bomb because unlike you, Knock, he doesn't underestimate the power of the lesbian Denny's cartel. All right, they've never opened their legs for any customer, so they're on top of it, But this,
damn, like seriously, if all of these right wing judges were radical leftists, do you think that every single gun in America would be gone? Christianity would be banned. We'd have open borders. I mean, where are all these right wing judges pretending to be? Where are all these leftist judges pretending to be conservative fucking douchebags when we actually need them? Instead of the orange man losing a fucking election.
It's not a right versus left thing. Republicans are just as compromised as Democrats.
For what?
Oh, give me a fucking
compromised
break.
For what?
Then take a break.
Why would the conservative fundamentalist douchebags go against Trump if he actually had evidence for his claims? Compromised for what? Like, how are they compromised? What is their goal here?
To not get exposed for going to Pedo Island and doing pedo shit, to get paid off by the CCP.
So there was this massive voter fraud conspiracy, including very right-wing people, because every single one of them went to Epstein's pedo island.
Every single one? It doesn't take every single one.
Well, I mean, it has to be all the judges in these court cases, right?
It doesn't have to be all the judges. One
Just
judge.
in the last month, that fucking.
What the fuck, dude? Like,
what are you talking about, man? Hey, that piece
it's like talking it's talking to pure stupid. That's what it is.
You know that pizza shop didn't even have a basement, right?
Fucking hilarious.
You guys just gonna jump all around. The pizza shop has nothing to do with it.
Oh, you're talking about this pedo conspiracy.
I mean, I was enjoying Flow State. You
Island
ruined it for me, John.
Do you think Epstein's Island is a conspiracy, or do you think that there was a private island that rich people?
Of course, it's not a conspiracy. Okay. But you're saying that everybody there's this whole voter conspiracy thing, and the reason that these judges aren't looking at the evidence that Trump clearly has is because of Epstein's Island, not because he didn't present actual fucking evidence. And we know this because we were like there.
That's how John Roberts is compromised. You can look it up yourself. Go look up the flight logs. It's right there. This is all public. All you have to do is look.
So is Rudy Giuliani in on this?
I believe Rudy Giuliani is in Trump's corner. He's not.
Okay, so then why did he admit in Pennsylvania court that he didn't believe that there was fraud on record?
I have no idea. I don't know about it. I don't know.
You don't know about it.
It's in the court record.
It's literally been on every news outlet for the past couple of weeks.
No, but it's in actual official
I bet we read
records.
different news outlets. What I've seen of Rudy himself, he's absolutely advocating.
There you go.
Yeah, the people in the room will see that. The audience will see a little thing.
I just want him to see that. There you go. Trump is he's looking at going on.
That's not
his thing. He wants to start.
But they got an anonymous source there. You said he was sending out emails.
Oh my goodness!
Email.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, you can find a news article that'll tell you anything.
Hey, Flo,
wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, we'll go with local news.
Hold on a minute. Flo, you know that Donald Trump himself raped a 13-year-old, right?
Oh, my God.
Well, what about when he talked openly on camera, on recording, and bragged about walking into the dressing room at the Miss Teen USA while they were naked because they couldn't stop him?
I don't think that happened either.
Pull up the tape, Doc.
Pull up the tape.
I know you know what tape I'm talking about, Knock.
All right, let me find it.
This is what kills me, Knock. Is there the proof exists?
What does that have to do with the election, anyways?
Well, what I'm saying is, the thing is, it all goes back to this conspiracy, which is the conspiracy can't exist that he's fighting against if he's part of the motherfuckers doing the bad shit. He can't fight against the conspiracy if he is an orchestrator of the conspiracy. It doesn't work like that, man.
So you think Trump's orchestrating this shit?
Trump is admitting that he likes very, very young girls, the same type of girl.
So he's in with all these people. He's orchestrating the opposition against him.
If you brought a 12-year-old girl to his house and said, "Hey, she can't escape, bro," he'd be all over it like a fat kid on cake, homeboy.
Right.
Right, so everybody's not going to show on screen when I go here because I got it set up for the movies. But everybody should see it once I share my screen. So let me get everything set up. All right, so just a second. We'll go to there. I should have got past the commercial, I guess. So yeah, let's go back up here for a second. Y'all go ahead.
I mean, I'm not going to convince you guys. You're not going to convince me.
But ours
you might be able to find something I don't know about, and so I can't speak on.
What we're saying is, we're not saying, hey, you can't prove it. What we're saying is that every one of these claims that has been made from the QAnon conspiracy, fucking quack jobs, has been stone cold proven to be fucking fictitious.
All right, let's.
The best way to forge solidarity is to make up a fucking conspiracy. Everybody knows that.
All right, hopefully this is Inside Edition.
Conspiracies don't happen. People don't scheme on things together.
This is Inside Edition. I didn't use CNN.
This conspiracy is valid. That's what I'm saying. The fact that
I'm trying to show what you want me to show. All right, so I used Inside Edition. I didn't want to use CNN because you're a Trumper, so we'll just watch this.
I thought Puff smoked weed, man. It seems like he's doing a few lines.
Beauty queen says Donald Trump walked
into
the dressing room at the Miss USA pageant to the shock of the barely
I'm not hearing or seeing anything.
He just came strolling right in.
should.
There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of
Me
clothing
neither.
or anything.
All right, just
You broke it, Knock. Good job.
I didn't share.
However,
I didn't share my screen, so here we go. All right, boom. All right, there. All right, now y'all see it. So.
Dressing room at the Miss USA pageant to the shock of the barely clothed contestants.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona in the 2001 Miss USA pageant.
Tasha Dixon says that she and other Miss USA contestants were changing into their bikinis for the swimsuit portion of the contest when suddenly Donald Trump appeared unannounced. Her story sure sounds like the one Trump bragged about on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
Yeah, and we do have the audio of that. I'd have to really search for the Howard Stern audio. It's become hard to find.
He was saying that Trump was bragging about. I'm echoing back.
All right, let me get to here.
Yeah, that's not it.
What?
I mean, that's not what he was referring to.
No,
But the reporter just said when he was on. Yeah, we're all echoing again.
I'm not sure why. Let me stop screen.
The same thing that was happening when.
I don't give a fuck what the reporter said. The reporters say all sorts of shit.
Oh my God, she said it was on Howard Stern's fucking.
Dude, let's see the Howard Stern clip.
Oh my God, fucking Google it yourself, you fucking dumbass.
That's been made hard to find.
It is so kills me, man. The audio clip of just look up audio of Trump. Audio Trump talks about walking in.
Fake news.
But I mean, John's got a point. If the news anchor said it, there we go. Case closed, right?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like,
it's not the news. The news anchor wasn't saying it. The woman was.
Well, the woman said it, but then a news anchor said that the reason that there was credence to what the girls were saying is because Donald Trump himself. She said it sounds just like the story Donald Trump told on Howard Stern's program a few years ago. Like,
and I doubt the accuracy of her comparison. So I would like to see what she's comparing to. I think that's reasonable. I mean, if I started showing you what
I mean, you have more than one person in this room.
I can start telling you what.
But we're telling you, we literally heard him say it. We literally heard him.
We'll treat that as valid, right?
We literally heard him admit it.
Here you go. I don't care if he likes the source or not, but it's the tape. It is what it is. They can eat a dick.
That's fine.
Nobody in the audience is going to hear it, though, if you share.
No, just like yeah, I got it.
No, I dropped the link. I just dropped the link.
Let's see if that brings. No, that doesn't do it. All right, just a second.
Because this is like one of my pet peeves, man. I deal with this with people like Reese C and all kind of people, man. And it
took me to an article or maybe.
I mean, this still has nothing to do with the election, but since we're on it,
did you go to the YouTube one?
No, all right, just a second.
I dropped a YouTube link in the private chat.
It's under the article, not.
Yeah, I got it. All right. See, that just takes me to the same page I was just at. So you're talking? Is it the CNN one?
Yep.
All right, let's go there.
Fox says, "So I take it Flo is a Trumper."
Donald Trump.
That's true.
So let's share screen again.
I just clicked on that link and it takes me to the YouTube.
This is what I got. Is this it? I don't know. We'll watch. So let me get it OBS to where it should be.
Hey, Maynard wants to hear you say fuck.
What?
Maynard wants to use the F word.
I still didn't understand you, John.
You want some to fight?
You're echoing really bad.
Everyone is going to right now.
All right. So yeah, I don't know.
Trump loves a beauty pageant. And by his own admission, he was no stranger backstage while owning parts of 3 different pageants for nearly 2 decades.
They're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
In 2001, Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona, competing in the Miss USA pageant. She experienced this kind of awkward moment firsthand.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon was 18 at the time and says watching Trump storm into a dressing room was shocking.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention. Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
In 2005, 4 years later, Donald Trump bragged to Howard Stern about what he could get away with since he owned the pageants. The conversation uncovered by CNN's K-File.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
You're like
everything is good.
Later in that same show, Trump is asked if he'd ever had sex with Miss USA or Miss Universe contestants.
Never comment on things like that.
Give us the first letter of the country you had sex with.
How many letters are there?
This comes just weeks after.
Do you need any more flow state? Like, seriously. Oh, you're muted.
Let me translate. It's just brachydolia.
Yeah, you got to get rid of the screen share, Doc.
All right, just a second. All right, is that better?
Yep, now it's gone. Yep.
It's 100% braggadocio. That's what he's going to say.
Locker room talk.
You're muted, Flow State.
Yeah, so he made a kind of a creepy comment on Howard Stern, which is a completely creepy show, and they found somebody who they could buy to talk shit.
Yeah, I don't care whether it was a creepy show and he made a creepy comment on a creepy show. That is something you do not fucking
and it's
brag
not.
about.
It's not. And guys, it's not letting me show your comments that are being hidden by YouTube for some reason. I don't know if YouTube's coming down on my channel. What's going on? Maybe it's a YouTube thing. But it's not just him making a comment on a creepy show. It's him making a comment that backs up the allegation of a real woman and several women from these pageants that said that he did this. Is it okay that he did this?
Turn the time around. Is him making a creepy comment and then them backfilling that with a witness to it.
Yeah, it's almost like when
it's almost like the media and the establishment
have our
really
child,
don't like him.
And how do you even know that? So, how do you know that they don't have these sealed fucking non-disclosure agreements with? I can almost guarantee you there is.
I do know that we've got an older recording on Stern than we do.
How do you know that's an older recording on Stern though? So you're obviously familiar with this. You've heard this before, and now you're arguing against it.
That's what she said. It's clearly an older clip.
Well, I'm going to say this.
Well,
I've done a lot of
any audio clip can appear to be older. I mean,
hold on.
I don't get where you're coming from.
I've done a lot of manufacturing work in my lifetime with trade secrets and proprietary secrets and stuff like that. No one makes you sign an NDA for something they're not worried about you talking about. And if it's your sexual encounter, then that means you did something illegal.
We don't have an NDA. We're speculating.
Every single person that he's come into contact with and had sexual interactions with any kind of contact, he puts them under a fucking NDA.
Yeah, we're speculating about this instance because he has a history of NDAs.
I don't stop people from talking about things I'm not worried about.
What history do we have besides Stormy Daniels?
The other one, I can't remember her name. It was several of them.
One of his wives was unable to. His wife that had said, "Hey, he raped me, and that's how our child was conceived." Ivana, she could not go through with her testimony in court without breaching her NDA and her prenup, and therefore,
so then how do we know that she said
in court? She would have had to been on the hook for millions.
I have to interrupt this nonsense for a second. Knock, you need to check out the message from Ann Kennedy in the live chat.
So here's the thing. Do you agree that Trump is not an accepted part of the political establishment, and he's not accepted by the press?
Wait, say that again.
Wait a second. He's only not accepted by the Lugan press, sir.
What's that have to do with anything?
Hey, I'm setting something up.
All of this has been reported well before his presidency and his war on the press. He was actually considered a mastermind of the press.
You can't answer this question.
The press.
Well, no, real quick. No, I gotta recognize Ann Kennedy. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, Knock, to you and your little princess. $75 to your PayPal just now, brother. Thank you, Ann Kennedy, so much. You've been an avid supporter of the channel, a $20 patron forever, and thank you so much for all of your support. Go ahead. I'm finding the lunacy entertaining. I'm gonna go ahead and just throw that dumpster fire thing back on because we're not gonna get away from it. So go ahead.
All I want to know is, where can I purchase cans of copium?
Of what?
So, I mean, the ability to just dismiss. So, is that woman's just lying, right? That woman is just lying about Trump walking in. Trump's lying. He's locker room talk. He's on Howard Stern. A show is a show. Trump's words don't matter against him. Trump in that Access Hollywood video, when he was talking about grabbing by the pussy and moving on her like a bitch, and she was married. The Christians, they love that shit. The fact that Donald Trump was moving in on a married woman. Christians really love that shit, right? Like, none of that matters. It's all a goddamn conspiracy by the fucking conservative judges. Holy shit!
I just on Twitter, Flo State would say that when he said grab him by the pussy, that Trump was talking about like petting their cat. Like going over their party.
I mean, the disconnect, dude. Like, what? So how do you go from a cool atheist dude talking about Christmas and religion to completely blind fucking just to any kind of fact at all? Like, how does that happen? I want to know.
If you listen to the clip, it's very clear when he talks about grabbing by the pussy that he said they're wanting you to grab them by the pussy.
He's very clear that he just goes up to women and grab them by the pussy. They let you do it because you're famous.
This is why I didn't have the energy for this conversation tonight, because
he's very clear about it.
Don't go to the
they want. You're saying that women want Donald Trump to come up and grab them by their genitals.
Go to the
seriously. Do you want women to come up and grab you by your genitals? Has that ever happened? No, I don't want a woman to come up and grab me by my fucking genitals.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
How do you know they want that? That's what I want to know. You are making an assumption, and you cannot do that unless they specifically say, "Yo, I want this." You cannot make any assumptions. So don't make no fucking assumptions about women, because we are women. We are not fucking property.
So if you listen to the clip, you'll understand the context better. The way I'm aggravated. With me explaining it to you, and you already having this image in your head of what it is, we're not going to get there. You're just going to have to listen to it.
Wait. I remember the fucking clip from, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. He literally said, I get away with it because I'm famous. I get away with it because they'll just let me grab him by the pussy because of who he is. That's what he was saying.
Because of who he is, they want it.
That's
not what he said.
That's what he's saying. Women. That's what Trump is saying. Women want. But I mean, come on. Let's be real here.
Just a second. I'm gonna pull it up. I've actually done videos on this.
And we live in a country where women don't report when they're sexually assaulted because they're so sure that the public is going to say, well, what'd you do to deserve it?
Well, I mean, obviously,
you didn't really.
What were you wearing? What were you wearing? They'll ask,
and that's what Flo State's doing. He's using
were
every instance of physical assault and sexual harassment because women wanted it.
You didn't go to that class in algebra. You didn't attend that day in algebra where they laid out the equation on the board that said pencil skirt plus Donald Trump equals consensual rape.
You obviously think women are fucking property, and we are not.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna watch the hot mic incident of Donald Trump. We're gonna listen to it, and we'll see. We'll see.
Oh my God, Ken.
Yeah, we're gonna see. So let me get OBS over there now. And again, not everybody will show. I don't have it set up for everybody showing. Where the fuck is it at? Holy shit, I got so many of them now. Holy crap. All right, it's up here somewhere. All right, there we go. Boom. So let me pull that over. All right, here we go. The grab him by the pussy tape. And it's muted.
She was down in used to be great. She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. She was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
Jeez, your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out. You're like,
Set this up. That is very.
Will you give me the thumbs
Look
up?
at you. You are.
You gotta
Okay.
get the thumbs up. Can't be too.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet.
I just start kissing them.
I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the. You can do anything.
Whatever.
All right. So where did he say because they want it?
You got to take down that thing so we can talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, where does he say because they want it? He just said, "I'm a star. I can do whatever I want." Go up to him, grab him by the pussy. You're making the claim it's because they want it.
The first time, right, in the story, the first time, he didn't get it. Then when she came back, and he took her furniture shopping.
No, that was a story that he was previously talking about. Now he's talking about...
and she shut him down when they were furniture shopping. It was all the same story. Well, then she turned around and got fake tits. And then after that...
And she was married.
When he said, oh, I just started kissing them. And also, in addition to just kissing them, which, remind you, is sexual assault, just to let you know that. Then he said, and then I just grab them by the pussy because they just let you do it because you're rich. They just let you do it. Well, guess what? People just let you shoot them with a fucking AK. It doesn't mean it's not murder, bro.
So
I'm just saying.
You think that's really what you think that he was really talking about? Just running up and just grabbing and kissing on bitches.
So wait a second.
That's kind of what he said.
I want to give a hypothetical so that the audience can really see what Flow State's moral character is like. If your daughter, hypothetical, you have a 20-year-old daughter, she comes to you and she says, "Hey, Donald Trump sexually assaulted me, and without my permission or any sexual advances from me, grabbed me by the pussy and fucking sexually assaulted me." And then he tells you, well, she just let me do it. Who are you going to believe, bro? Your daughter
You
or Donald
wrote a
Trump?
lot into that story.
Who are you going to believe?
No, he just put your daughter there.
Well,
he's asking you as
a the Trump story.
Yeah,
but he's making a situation that's not what's reflected.
No, I'm just saying now.
My immediate answer to that question is I'm going to believe my daughter. I'm going to go. I'm going to go and beat that motherfucker's ass.
I'm going to believe my daughter, but I don't like the point he's trying to illustrate.
What I'm saying, you're obviously.
It's not.
All I
We
did was
don't
change it.
care if you like the fucking point. It's the point that
And
matters.
my point is this: is that all I did was replace random women on the internet with your daughter, and it said this.
Then you added in a lot of story where she doesn't want it.
Okay,
no,
but like where in the like
the lady said she didn't want it.
Where did they ever say they wanted it? They did not.
Did you not
Period.
hear?
So
in the
we're-
lady-
okay, oh, so-
okay,
so
wait a
we're
second.
gonna
Hold
read
on,
that
hold on,
into
hold on. In the story where that lady was talking about him coming in, and
It's never okay to
violating
grab
her
a woman by the pussy, dude. Never.
Well,
Even if they
I'm-
want it, you don't just go up to them and grab them by the pussy.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Okay, so here's the thing. You said, Flow State, that in that clip, that hot mic clip, that Donald Trump himself said that they wanted it. He didn't say that.
He did not say that. I did not mean to say that. He said that explicitly in the context of the story.
You said that was the mitigating factor
That-
of why
and-
we were wrong. That when he told the story, he explained that they wanted it. Okay, that's what you said, and you said it more than once when we called you out.
You don't think that it sounded like in the story, right? The first time he didn't get any. She was married. Then she
No.
came
Wait.
We
Hold on,
don't care.
everybody. Wait. You're mixing the stories up, okay? Because that's separate from the ending there.
No, because it's not separate.
Stop. He was talking in general at that point. He was saying, "Oh yeah, because I'm rich, I can just walk right up and kiss him. I can do whatever I want because I'm rich. I can even grab him by the pussy." He
said
wasn't
because
talking
he's
about
rich.
this specific
Listen,
woman.
listen,
He was
listen
talking
to
about
what-
women. He was
listen to
talking
what he's-
about all women in general.
The dumpster fire.
In that story, he
Listen
never
to when
said
he's
that she
looking at the
acted
pictures.
in advances.
What I'm saying, though, is you're saying that the girls did not say that they rejected his or did not want his advances. However, I cannot understand how you heard that story that girl gave about being in the Miss USA pageant and did not hear in her words that she did not want his advances.
Have you ever heard of?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, all right, so be quiet. Be quiet. All right, so Tioga has tried to speak several times. I do want the two or the three women that's in the room. If they, if they're trying to speak, I would on this subject. Now that we're here, I didn't want to get here, but now that we're here, I would really like to hear from them. So Tioga, please speak what you were trying to say.
Yeah, I definitely think Flow State was speaking to a perspective of Trump. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts for like half a second. What I wanted to say was, have you ever heard of a rapist saying how their victims pronounced their boundaries while they were being molested or, ogled or whatever?
Right.
Right. And secondly, it just seems like you really didn't just kind of putting out that perspective that, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Every time I get on here, I can't fucking talk.
It's okay. You know what? I just smoked my bowl and I'm trying to put my thoughts together too. And I'm like, uh-oh.
I'm about to smoke a bowl, so.
What I was saying was that you're presenting the perspective of Trump, and you're not really giving credence to the fact that he might have victims. You're only putting the impetus on.
And I don't mean
said in this clip, but he was obviously joking around. It was what y'all called locker talk, right? He was obviously trying to.
I mean, and I'm not trying. I don't want to be in this position. I'm not trying to advocate any of the that fuck shit.
I was actually going to say that when everybody was just kind of jumping on you, that I don't think you're trying to say that you personally endorse the comment that he made. You're looking at it from Trump's perspective, but that's not your personal. And I think that needs to be separated so that we cannot, be on the attack because.
But we shouldn't support Trump's perspective for various.
No,
reasons.
absolutely.
The thing is, we don't, and that we can only read into it. So yeah, I'm reading into Trump's perspective because he's the one talking. I don't think, and I think.
But again, there was also a woman talking though, and you're not reading into her perspective.
Hey!
The first one.
As a woman, I want to speak up.
Well, the woman that was making the actual accusation herself that Trump walked in on her while she and several women were naked, that woman's perspective isn't being taken into account. You're just dismissing that.
That's the part I've been talking about the whole time. Does she not count? She's a human being. She was victimized, and she was put in a position where she was put in a position to expect a certain level of safety and privacy in that atmosphere. It was taken away from her. Not only did he do it, he did it joyfully. He reveled in it, and then he fucking bragged about it.
Yeah, that's what's at issue here.
What I'm saying is that you're not immediately of the mind that that's not fucking acceptable.
And I want to say something because I've been trying to get in here.
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa.
And what you're not getting is we as women do not care what the fuck he thinks. He can think we want it all he wants, but we don't fucking care because we don't want it. So don't go blaming the fucking victim here.
Well, and everybody's perspective is different on every single situation they go through in life, but I think it's just disingenuous to be like, oh, Trump definitely was thinking about her boundaries at the time.
Well, yeah, and I wasn't trying to, I'm speculating.
Well, no, I don't think it's speculative at all. I mean, if you listen to the tape, he clearly didn't give a shit about her boundaries or any woman's boundaries. No. That's what the tape says, though. That's what he says on a hot mic that he didn't know was recording him. That's what he says when he doesn't think he's being recorded. That's what he really thinks. Because it's not a show for a mic he knows that's on.
What do you think Joe Biden thinks about?
I don't know. I don't have that hot mic moment. I have this one.
Biden too.
You don't have.
I don't have that hot mic moment. You want to know what I think about Joe Biden? Because I've spoken several times about the Tara Reid allegations. So don't get me started on that. I'm very consistent in my position. I hashtag believe the woman. I need evidence that that woman is lying. Otherwise, I believe her until I am giving reason not to. Because women don't just go around making shit up. Men think that they don't do that.
He wasn't here for the moment where you and one of your very close friends got into a heated battle over 2 hours on YouTube because he presented facts that called really serious questions to the validity of Tara's story, and still you were like, but you're not her and I'm not her.
Yep, I still took her side until it's proven to me that she was lying about that situation, to where I don't think that it can be proven because the dynamics were there. It's pretty much he said, she said. And I think the evidence points that it did happen because Congress, although Joe Biden spouting off that, open up the congressional records because what she says is there, isn't there, Congress wouldn't do that. And so I find that fucking suspect. I tend to still believe Tara Reid because just based upon the smear campaign they put on that woman, just to shut her up. So no, don't get me started on Joe Biden. We're talking about Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, I think it matters in context because everybody's advocating for Joe Biden.
I don't have a hot mic moment with Joe Biden and Tara Reid.
The hot mic moment, the hot mic moment of Donald Trump making creepy guy talk, creepy locker room talk, is way less incriminating than the Tara Reid shit.
It doesn't.
No, it's not locker room talk. It's a hot mic moment.
Trump has already been sued with
it's not a fucking locker room.
For raping a minor. Trump has already been sued with Epstein for raping a minor. It goes really deep, dude. Like,
and my thing is this though: I can't step up in court.
It's not a
and be
fucking
like,
locker. What the fuck is that?
Your
What
Honor,
even is that? It's okay to talk about rape in a locker room. No, it's not. I've been in a lot of fucking locker rooms. I played football. I played basketball. I've been in a lot of locker rooms, and trust me, if you talk about raping a woman, that's not okay.
I'm telling you that one thing is shitty talk.
If somebody talked to me like that in a fucking locker room, I'd bitch smack his little punk ass. You don't talk about women like, didn't your parents raise you better? That's how I was raised as a conservative Christian.
Missing the point?
No, you're missing the point. You're dismissing the woman here and taking the liar, a proven liar's perspective for granted.
I'm diminishing the shitty talk compared to the shitty action. I absolutely am.
The shitty actions, he's done shitty action. We talked about that. Ivana Trump accused him of rape. You're like, well, how do we know that? We have her depositions when she fucking accused him, and then we also know he paid her $150 million, and she can't say a goddamn thing about it no more. These are facts.
Wait a second. He just laid out his whole thing.
I am aggravated now. I didn't even want to have this fucking conversation.
He's not trying to argue.
Now y'all got me in a position where I'm. I don't want to be in this fucking hot seat. This is the argument I want to have. I don't support this shit. I don't support this shit that y'all are trying to make me support.
What we have established is a pattern of behavior.
All right, Well, you should let's simmer down. Let's simmer down. All right.
You should point out that you're not supporting Trump's behavior before you defend his behavior. Probably that would clear up some things for us, I think.
That's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, because you're saying you don't support it now after you just completely dismiss the victim's testimony. Like, I've showed it to you twice now. Not just like CNN, not just a fake news saying a thing, an actual woman. And we know, like, when he was running for president, there was 18 of them. There was also a 16-year-old at the time. John referred to it. She was 13 at the time of the incident that was going through litigation when he became president, and that was completely stopped because he became president. We know all of this is fact. You sit here and deny it, and then you're like, well, why aren't you taking this locker room talk thing seriously? And I'm like, because we don't talk like men don't. If men talk like that in locker rooms, they shouldn't. There's this culture in this country that men can somehow abuse women and it's okay, and it's not. It's fucking not okay. So I didn't want to go here, but we ended up here, and that's where we're at. And God damn it, it's not okay. It's not okay to brag about it. I don't care if you think you're fucking alone and nobody's listening. It's not okay. And when you have the president of the United States doing it, you're setting a fucking standard. You voted for him anyway. Because this shit was there. And we were screaming about it. And you were saying the same shit then that you're fucking saying now.
The standard's already been way lower than that with fucking Clinton, Biden. I mean, the standard's low. The standard for our politicians is fucking garbage.
Wait, when did Clinton say he would grab chicks by the pussy?
Clinton has so many rape packages. You know what?
Hey,
you know what?
wait a second.
I'm not having this conversation anymore. You're gonna keep doing this. You're all trying to lecture me. Like I'm supporting some shit that I'm not fucking supporting.
Well, yeah, but you kind of are supporting it a little bit.
That's why I'm not having this conversation
And,
anymore.
and if you don't want to have this fucking conversation, get the fuck out.
Well,
get the fuck out.
I'm cool.
Well, I'm not. Get the fuck out.
I don't know. I just what does it matter if Biden or Clinton was worse? If Trump is in the same camp, then isn't that equally as bad?
The whole point of the conversation was, how can you support this person over this person because that person's bad for this? That doesn't work.
I think that we would support politically a Democrat over Trump because a Democrat probably won't ban trans people from the military and stuff.
With Biden versus
but sexual harassment is a pretty big fucking deal, no matter which president it is. But
yeah, and again, I'm not advocating for any sort of sexual harassment. What I'm saying is, in the context of the argument that we were having, the point that was trying to be made was Biden versus Trump. Trump is a molester. Fucking Biden.
Oh, so he is. Okay. That's because it seemed like you were saying that he wasn't and that it was just the women really wanted it. That's what it seemed like. What you were you did. It seemed like you were defending him.
Okay. So I'm just gonna stop.
No, you need to think about these things. You need to think about how what comes out of your fucking mouth sounds to women.
I jinxed us. I said, I mentioned how peaceful it had been, and I kind of socialism came up, and I allowed myself to comment on it, and now we're down this rabbit hole. I need to calm down. My daughter is here, and I don't need to be screaming into a microphone. So I need to chill my roll.
So look, the president's lawyer's here to calm things down for us. Welcome, Judy. Really, honey.
Yeah. How's my hair dye doing right now? I got it in control, I hope.
Yeah, it's not dripping down your face.
Yeah,
I want to thank you so much,
think
Maynard, or Judy. I want to thank you so much for what you did earlier. Thank you.
No sweat. I hold all my press conferences in between crematoriums and dildo shows. So, I like to make sure everything's on the up and up.
Who's making balloon animals right now?
Judy.
Yeah, I believe Judy's probably on his phone.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. All right, let me come back.
No, you don't have to come back. No, you don't have to leave. It sounds like it sounds like you're making balloon animals.
Well, I am out of my ass. When I combine that with my hair dye and then my fart, it makes a pretty funny animal.
Fart.
Well, and I noticed too.
John, did you see that, John? Did you see the Rudy?
I have a question.
Did you see the Rudy Giuliani?
I fart when I get nervous. Leave me alone, guys. Come on now. Doesn't everybody fart when they get nervous?
And in that one press conference too, I noticed that when Sydney was talking, that you were back there trying to get a drink of water, and I noticed you kind of drink the same way Trump does with both your hands.
That was actually vodka. And if you were sitting next to that bitch in Michigan, you'd have been farting too, John.
Well, I just wanted to know, as the first man, human beings literally melt down during a press conference. Do you blame your stylist or the makeup artist?
No, that was the guy with the Flowbee did it wrong, and then they sprayed that particle hair on top.
Snowy.
You know, I mean, Sydney had me all fucked up, and then I was just sweating bullets. Obviously, I mean, none of the bullshit's true.
Judy,
So, what the fuck would you do, Puff?
Was that some of that Ronco spray on hair? Is that what was dripping down your face? That
just for men.
Hey, I don't want to say I bought stock into it, but I got about 50,000 cans left over.
Now, on those cans, does it say just for men or just for cousins?
It says just for bitches, so I bought them all.
Okay. As long as we're self-aggrandizing, all right.
Hey, it didn't look bad until it started running. If that bitch wouldn't have had me sweating, I'd have been all right.
And you bought all of them? Did you buy 911 of them?
I'll tell you what my biggest mistake was getting that chick drunk in Michigan.
Yeah, she was clearly drunk at that
And
court
if you
hearing.
haven't, dude, if you haven't seen the tape, then you're missing out.
Oh, you're talking about at the courtroom, the blonde lady.
Yeah. Oh man, too funny.
Hey, you answered the Facebook post that say for hooch will hire. I mean,
We had a lot.
You don't have to go far
You'd
here
be
in Michigan to
surprised.
find the crazy. You know this, Judy. You don't have to go too far here in Michigan to find the crazy. And
Oh hell no!
They're everywhere.
You only need to travel about 20 minutes out from where I live, man, and it's all Trumpville out there, bro.
But check it out. Like, wasn't it in Michigan? Like there were 1,000% of the registered voters voted.
Yeah.
It was like 151% of 100% people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Their math is awesome.
So what? The cemeteries voted?
Well, they had cities in Pennsylvania that they had registered in Michigan, and vice versa. They don't know what the fuck they got going on. So.
Yeah, we know they're static guys, but this is actually Judy Ruliano. You're gonna have that.
My question, Judy, is like 2 Chainz. Did you go to Magic City for your birthday? I'm gonna take
I will
that
not
as a yes.
state anything other than yes. My pants were off.
Oh my god. Okay, and so when you're in the room, if Sacha Baron Cohen hadn't come back in, would you have
Handsome
got down?
gentleman, might I add.
Yes. Okay. So, was your intention?
You do know that he's the father to a little bitch boy called Icky Tank, right?
that we know. But
Yeah,
we're
it's
worried
very
about
possible.
the lady that we thought was a 16-year-old. Were you gonna go all the way?
What do you mean 16? 18? All right. Giggity.
Oh, I mean, it's funny because it happened and it's not funny.
No, it's not funny. He's a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Hey, Close Dave.
Oh man.
Was Judy Ruliani here? Was he in on it? Did he really know that Sacha Baron Cohen was hiding in that wardrobe that the Secret Service couldn't find him in?
No, I took care of that. You don't want to know how.
Rudy, Rudy, why did you put your hand on your pants in that video clip?
Did I hear you
I
guys
did,
talking
but they
about
edited it out.
voter counts being off when I walked in?
Who's this turd?
Supposedly, 150% of 100% of Michiganders voted.
Judy, he supports your client just as much as you do.
What?
Yeah, he's your number one supporter.
He believes all this
Oh
shit. you've been saying.
yeah. There's a bunch of fraud going on. Yeah, I forgot about all that. Yeah. Oh, a shit ton of fraud.
Yeah,
everywhere.
Even though 50% of the voters voted in Michigan, somehow that's 150%.
Is somebody backstage that I'm missing? Let me
Weren't you just saying that?
Not covered a guy who said they had like 50,000 affidavits. I have no idea who affidavit is, but we have affidavits, 50,000 anecdotes that say they might think something happened.
Yeah, we saw the press secretary holding up them big reams of paper every time she went on camera.
And real quick, if somebody did come in, it looks like Sassy's husband was trying to come in, and I missed it because I didn't have my backstage turned on. I do have it turned back on now, so you can come back.
Okay, cool. Let him know.
Why?
Great. I'm gonna go backstage and fix my hair. I'll see you guys later.
All right. My question is, does anybody have any clue why Kelly McEnany is so intent on going down with the ship now?
Oh, I don't. Outside of the fact that sometimes, like, so if watch when Trump is doing a press conference and she's behind him, and watch at the way she looks at Trump. She is a cult follower. I mean, she has drunk the Kool-Aid. She is in the cult. She thinks that he is everything he's ever said he is. And she refuses to. I mean, it just. I wish someday that a woman would look at me the way that Kelly McEnany looks at Donald Trump. I'm just gonna say.
I'm not sure she actually believes that. I think that she is a sycophant through and through, and a true meaning of the word grifter. And it's really creepy. She used to be a liberal.
She's so hot, though. It doesn't matter.
4 years ago, she said that Trump was a stone cold racist. Now she won't fucking admit it.
I know. And then she turns around and she's a fucking sycophant. Like, so hardcore. It's scary.
But hey,
that chick has some fucking chutzpah behind her ambition.
How can we fight her binders with our rolls and rolls of video and audio footage? How can we compete with a binder?
The power of God in Trump, obviously.
I just want to know how to defeat the McEnany binder because apparently
it can't be defeated.
Okay.
I wonder if that binder full of paperwork is anywhere near as significant as all the blank sheets of paper that Trump was signing recently while he was in the.
You know what I think is really in that binder?
When he was in the hospital and they put him behind a desk and he was like signing like blank pieces.
The less words, the more powerful. The less words, the more powerful.
I'm just wondering, people. You know, is it going to be all hands on deck with law enforcement on January 20th? I mean, seriously, National Guard and police and all that stuff.
I have seen some serious Republicans making some very massive threats. There was one in my stream the other day that said that if Biden's not president on January 20th, that he's getting out the gun. Like,
no, I think he said that if Trump wasn't president on January 20th.
Or
that's what I meant.
Yeah, and none of them are even talking about what just got uncovered that Trump Jr. was running a shell corporation where he managed to shelve off $130 million in campaign funds to Trump family and friends.
Not to mention just left and right, just pardoning his own family members and everyone else that has bailed him out of trouble.
Everybody knows, first step you do for your innocent friends, preemptively pardon them.
Yeah.
Second step, make them look guilty as hell. Third step, provide the evidence of the crimes which they committed. All things that you do for innocent people.
Hey, but for Lisa, I don't think that the Republicans are going to get all crazy and up in arms. I think they value the comfort of their life too much.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of talk, but not going to be much action. But I guarantee you that there is a younger demographic that will go about some kind of shenanigans. That's not necessarily going out and like violently rampaging through the streets, but.
Well, that's my if Trump is successful and he stays in power, so whatever mechanic he uses to do that, if that actually happens, well, no, but I'm saying if he does, if it actually happens, I believe you will see pockets of very young revolutionary leftists, and probably a lot more than that. I would hope that every American would actually stand in opposition to the new fascist government. But I do believe, younger revolutionaries would definitely be doing some violence.
Well, thank you for putting my mind at ease a little bit on that.
Well, I mean, it's scary that
much anymore.
It's really scary that we're even here.
Worry about it.
It's scary that we're here.
We have to worry about it. Yeah.
All I can say is, at the end of the day, at least we can all agree that it will be okay to scalp some Nazis.
Yeah, well, I'm in agreement. Like that'll be my conundrum. So if he does do that, if he manages, what do I do with my daughter when I go get the gun for the first time in 20 years? Because that's the time that you should be doing that, right? As an American, if a fascist government takes over. Now, do I believe that Republicans? I live in Michigan. They try to kidnap our governor and they were going to execute her. Literally that happened here in Michigan. So yeah, I think it's possible.
I just want to. It's kind of like this though. Every step of the way, as shitty as this president was, and as fucking crazy as when he tried to do the craziest shit, that's when fucking people that were old guards stepped in and blocked him. And that's why we had a peaceful fucking election, because unbeknownst to Trump, the FBI was going around and tracking Boogaloo boys all across the country and monitoring their communications. And about 2 weeks before the election, they started scooping them motherfuckers up left, right, and center and holding them without bail.
That's what I wanted to say, though, is that America has like always been this way, and historically has been horrifically violent against minorities, and it's just kind of now we're getting back into the good old making fun of white guys kind of thing.
Hey man, the baton has to get past the white guys eventually. It is a baton race, and the track is circular. So if you didn't
Just to point out though that it's always it's been this way.
Redheads on board. You should not have brought the Irish on board if you didn't want the baton to get passed back. You remember what you said about 150 years ago? I remember, and so does Pepper Trump. Okay, all I'm saying.
Buy some motherfucking cookies.
How many pills of Adderall have you crushed up tonight?
Not a one. I just haven't smoked very much today, dude. I'm you understand, I'm such a super hype person. I stopped taking my Adderall, actually. I literally
also
am on Adderall.
There is an element, and I know the socialists in the room will, I hope that they'll agree with me. Like once you kind of break the foundations of your fear against socialism and really look at it and start to accept it, there is an excitement about that. And I try to like condense that here on the channel because I really don't like the channel going political, but you do get an excitement about that. And I think that scares a lot of people when you do approach them about socialism because they can see that excitement in it and they interpret that as like some fervor, fanaticism.
Well, right. And what cracks me up about it? Like when the right wingers, socialism. You got to be kidding me. This is America. Guess what? There's been socialism has been incorporated into America for over a century. Okay,
it is the reason we live the way we do now.
And the biggest form of socialism in this country is when they give big corporations all this fucking money instead of making them follow fucking I can't even think of the cat. Instead of making them, do what they're supposed to do in capitalism, which is fucking, offer products and services and earn the money. But we give more in corporate welfare than every other social program put together.
Yep. We reward companies that make $1.2 billion in profit in a given year with a negative 2% tax rate. That means we're giving them 2% of our money on whatever they made. We're just going to say, hey, you made all that in profit. It's not even all the money they made, period. So you got to figure we tax all the money they made. Not even the profit is taxed at 2%. They made it $1.2 billion in profit plus whatever they got on their tax return. They're not even talking about the damn tax return. But that's the deal, right? So the thing is, it kills me. What kills me about the war they've gone on socialism in America for the last 80 years or so is that I can't think of anything more democratic than most of the socialist stuff that we're trying to put into place, like worker cooperatives and things like that. I would rather have a democratic workplace than one that's like a king, like a mini kingdom. I don't like that shit.
The idea that healthcare should be for only those that can afford it is ludicrous. Or even the fact that healthcare is a reason for debt at all is ludicrous.
The fear.
What's really okay as somebody that I think is anyone else in here that in a socialist country that has universal health care, or am I the only one?
You're probably the only one.
If you're in Canada, you also didn't get a total sum of $1,800 to make it through, 8 months of pandemic.
We got $2,000 a month. But
I'm
my
married
point,
I'm married to one.
yeah, my point being is that okay, so he's American, I'm Canadian. We've actually sat down and crunched the numbers, and the universal healthcare system is actually cheaper than what you guys pay. So you think that I'm paying less because I'm not paying taxes. You're actually paying more out of your pocket for it than if you had a system like ours.
And that's even for the cheaper. That's even for the cheaper healthcare plans. I'm not even talking expensive, major expensive plans that are covering every single thing.
The worst part is the GOP had a study conducted themselves.
It was a Koch brother study. It was a Koch brother study.
Brothers study couldn't avoid the fact that public health care option would be vastly cheaper than private health care on the fucking federal budget.
Yeah, but there are fears. There are understandable fears of why they don't want to switch to a public healthcare system. I mean, I think they're stupid. Like, they're ridiculous kinds of fears.
The main one
they're worried about everybody going to the doctor as much as they want, right? Well, here's the thing that's going to happen, right? Initially, people are going to go to the doctor a lot. And they're going to get all that shit knocked out of the way. And then they're going to be super healthy. And they're going to have all their shit squared away. And they're going to stop going to the doctor except for their routine physicals and their checkups.
I don't even think they will.
But then when they're sick, when they start getting sick, they'll go to the doctor first thing instead of waiting till they're fucking on their deathbed.
Well, yeah, but even then, so I this is my particular case, so take it as what you will, but I went most of my adult life without healthcare at all. I've worked in fields most of my life to where healthcare wasn't even offered; it wasn't an option. Now that I have healthcare, I still don't go to the doctor. I mean, it's like this psychological thing that I tell myself, hey, I know I need to go to the doctor because I have these leg issues that I really need to get checked up on again. But I still don't go to the doctor because my thinking has always been that's going to break me if I do that, right?
It's like me. I can't feel on both my hands. I can only feel. Let me see if I can get it up in front of the mic. I can't feel this part of my hand. I can't feel anything but these three fingers.
I have that issue sometimes. Yeah.
No, I wake up in the morning. It's like, okay, so you know that feeling when you get shocked by 120, that feeling of electricity?
They tell me it's from smoking. They say that it's from smoking, that it happens because of smoking.
This one's from, I got it from crushing my median nerve because I'm one of those people that I'm going to be a small guy my whole life. And I do jobs that require the physical prowess of somebody that's about 200 pounds, and I'm about 140. So I really have overworked my body for over a decade now, and I've just beat it into the ground with a bunch of 70-hour weeks every week for 8 years. I'm sorry.
Hey, Ethan, you were trying to get in there?
Evan.
Evan, I mean.
Evan. I just had a story about my wife and I both know a guy up in Canada who has this massive hole in his leg that's like full of pus and just infected and gangrenous. It's awful. And the guy he won't go to the hospital. There's free socialized medicine up there, but the guy just won't go to the doctor.
It kind of sounds like what happened to me when I found out about my leg disease, because I had this hole in my leg, and it was staph infection in there. It was all this shit that I walked around with it for a year. I worked on it. I went to work for a year with this hole in my leg just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And finally it got so big, I'm like, I can't ignore there's this big ass hole in my leg. So I went to the doctor. I found out I have vein disease. They did this awful treatment on the hole to where they burned it several times to get it to actually heal. And then when they did the vein surgery on me, because they were doing a new procedure where they burned the main veins, they went through that hole that had just healed up, and it was the most excruciating moment of my life, the worst pain I've ever felt in my entire life. They're like, this ain't gonna hurt, and I'm like, that hurt the most.
that was your worst experience ever of somebody entering one of your holes. Right?
Yeah, it was awful.
Going back to the topic at hand, though, like it just goes to show that like socialized medicine even if it's implemented in a country, not everyone's going to take advantage of it at all times.
Well, yeah. I think it's so this generation, like people like me at least, like the really poor that you go to the emergency room when you're like halfway through the heart attack, right? So we're not gonna we're really not gonna use that option unless we have to. But the generation next will be raised in an institution of healthcare that's preemptive healthcare. And they'll hopefully use that responsibly, as it does seem that most people in socialist countries do eventually. I mean, I think all the projections is at first it's going to cost money, but then it starts to make money. And that's where you start to really see the gains,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, hold on.
Yeah, Lisa's been trying to get in.
I just wanted to say I'm going to go. So I'm going to see you guys later. Knock, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna lose the leg eventually. So.
But it'll teach you next time. Don't wait so long.
Well, like I said, I still don't go to the doctor.
My question is when they do eventually amputate it, can I have it?
Well, that's the thing. Like I've been thinking. No, I think I'm definitely gonna mount it. Definitely.
Make a lamp out of it.
They won't let you.
Yeah,
have
totally.
Leg.
No, totally. You got to make a lamp out of it.
Yeah, a Christmas story Christmas lamp. Yes, out of my leg.
Somebody said they won't let you have it. Of course they'll let him have it. It's his fucking leg.
Yeah, it's his leg.
Yeah, it's my
They
leg.
just hand it over. They're like, "Yes, here's your leg."
Yep.
We
I better not even have to pay for that bitch. I'm gonna pay for it in pain, right?
Myself. Don't ask where I got that shit.
If they charge me for my own leg, the YouTube videos that are coming, let me tell you.
Hey, you know what they say, right? What's the true test of ownership? Whether or not you can sell it, right?
Well, I
don't
sell your leg.
If you can't sell something, you don't own
possession.
it. Right?
Possession, as far as I understand, is the true test of ownership. As far as the European goes, anyway.
Basically, the true test of ownership. What I've heard is, if you can sell it, that means you own it, right?
It's
if you
still
can
happening today. I'm triggered
you can
about my
legally
video I'm
sell
making.
it, own it, but you can't legally sell any parts of your body.
I'm curious, like, what are you thinking about for when you get a prosthetic?
No, that's not technically. That's technically not true.
Well, I always said.
And sperm and eggs.
I always said, like when I lose the leg,
parts.
we had this place here. I don't know if it's like an.
Thing, but you can't sell actual
You can
sell,
sell your
organ
hair.
or-
There's lots of things
hair.
you can sell.
Dude, you should get an eye. You should get an eye patch to go with a peg
So
leg.
anyway, Knock, you were in the middle of saying what kind of leg you were going to get.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna throw a joke. I was gonna say, we have this place here called Long John Silver's. So I know Will Kincaid thinks he's gonna get my leg when I lose it. That's the joke, and they like to joke about something that I shared a while back, and I don't even really like talking about. But no, you're not gonna get my leg, because I'm gonna make that little lamp, and I'm gonna get my prosthetic is gonna be a peg leg, and I'm gonna get the eye patch. I'm gonna go work at Long John Silver's. I'm gonna make a fucking career out of it. Yeah.
Instead of raging atheist, you can be the atheist pirate.
Yeah, I'll be the atheist pirate. Yeah.
If you end up losing both your legs, you need to get the prosthetics like that crazy dude.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean. At some point, because what's the show? I think it's one of those adult cartoons with the guy, the pirate that has both peg legs and both arms are wooden. Yeah. I mean, at one point they're telling me that's gonna happen to me. Like usually, what's happening to me happens at the end of your life, and so at some point, like probably in my 60s, I'm gonna lose everything, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna milk that for every dime I can get.
Are you gonna change your name to Matt?
Yeah, probably. Maybe I'll go around saying I'm Matt Powell now.
What's his name? Pestraeus or whatever? Are you gonna do like that dude and have those spring things and shit where you like smoking motherfuckers on
That's
regular
what I was
legs?
talking about. The guy who killed him.
And I know people think that it's crazy, and I'm joking, but I'm generally optimistic about it. Like, yeah, I fear it happening, especially like the first time, because like the right leg's gonna go, and I fear that happening. I have nightmares about it. But like, I'm really like, to me, it's not the end of the world. It's just as long as I don't die, as long as I can see my daughter like go to college and graduate, that's all that really matters. So anything after that for me is like given time.
So wait a second. Are you gonna one up everybody? We're sitting here trying to play Cyberpunk 2077. You're just gonna live Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, man, they're gonna have some crazy prosthetics in 2021. They'll have like LEDs and they'll light up.
They're like,
I believe in modern science. So
murder hornet proof.
I believe science will someday beat death. So that's kind of like my dilemma. Like, if I can like make it long enough for my daughter to be old enough and an adult and take care of herself, like, should I just freeze myself? And then science is going to be able to cure everything about me whenever, and just I don't know. That's my dilemma. I think Walt Disney did that shit.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly.
We're
like,
eventually
there's a scientist
download
right
our
now.
consciousness.
There's a scientist out there right now saying that there's a human being alive that's been born. The first human being that's going to live for 1,000 years has been born and is living today because he thinks that they're on like the verge of defeating death.
I don't believe it. They say that about like everything, man. They say that about like, someone's going to cure cancer. The person's going to cure cancer was born today.
But if you look into like nanobot technology and like the breakthroughs that they're making, like it's very possible. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'm like in a couple hundred years. I don't know.
if you're rich, thought that's out there though isn't that science is going to, like, say in 5 years figure out how to defeat death. The school of thought that is out there is like if you can make it in 20-year increments, okay, because the scientific advances happen in stages. So like I'm in my mid 50s. If I could make it to 75, then there'll be a few advances by then that'll maybe buy me another 20 years. And then 20 years down the road, there'll be some more advances. It might buy me another 40 years. And like that. That's how they think it'll happen.
Well, no, I'm reading about it. Like it's like they're looking at medications and nanobot technologies. I don't think that will. So this scientist, I'm not sure how credible he is. It's just one scientist, and he's going around saying, "Yeah, there's somebody alive today that's going to be 1,000 years old." No, I think what they're doing is that we're looking at nanobot technology, and through that, like we think we're going to be able to cure all disease, like. All disease. The problem is going to be the Christians because they're going to think it's the Antichrist. But and the involvement of that technology, they think that these nanobots will be able to reverse the aging process as it happens within you. So essentially, human beings will live as long as they want to live. And we're just like on the verge of that technology. And the problem is going to be a moral and ethical problem on whether we use it, much like AI.
I don't that's ridiculous that it would be a moral and ethical problem, and that's going to all come from religion because, if somebody wants to, because
I want to live forever.
It's about transhumanism. You know what I mean? And
make me God, because that's what they're going to say we're doing. We're trying to make ourselves God.
Let's get
Puff the ball.
Yeah, go ahead, Puff.
Sassy, you were trying to talk. I was trying to throw her the ball.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, like, this is all fantastic, all this technology, but the way we're advancing in the ways of like the internet and our consciousness and VR, I think eventually we're going to get to the point where we're going to be able to download ourselves, our consciousness, and into something before we figure out, because we can live forever that way digitally, and I think that's going to happen sooner.
Yeah, I think
that
that's
brings up a really good question. If you download your consciousness onto a hard drive or make yourself a computer, basically, is that really still you, or
is that still existence? Yeah.
Wait. Well, the thing is, you wouldn't exist without the heart, without the substrate anyway.
Well, all your brain is just chemical reaction.
That might fly in your socialist medicine Canada. But
here, you're gonna go there.
But here, Mitch McConnell is gonna veto it.
Hey, look, Mitch McConnell, that gobbler will live on.
Let's just address him.
Mitch McConnell can't veto it. It's Trump. Trump is threatening to veto it.
Real quick, Evan.
Are you talking about the defense bill?
To answer Evan's question, okay, what would happen is it would be you at the moment you were downloaded. But from that point on, you would be a different person because you wouldn't develop the same way you would if you were still in your body. Because it would be, I mean, we would still be able to simulate like the chemicals going into your consciousness in that VR setting, but it wouldn't be the same because you wouldn't be attached to your body anymore. You would be the moment you're
technically an entirely different being in that circumstance, though, because you're not transferring the thought. Like you may be transferring the way that your brain thinks and like the thoughts that you may have into this machine, but it's not necessarily you. It's not.
Oh, it would be a copy of you. Yeah,
it would be.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
Here's my retort to that. You are not the same person today that you were a year ago or even yesterday.
Absolutely,
you're a
100%.
different person.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter that you're different. You're going to be different because you're different than you were before, no matter what, and you can't change.
I'm not referring. I'm not referring.
What was that movie, though? Hold on. What was that movie? Oh, my God. What was that movie with George Clooney where they transported people across the galaxy, but then after they did it, they had to kill the original?
Oh, you're talking about that. It's not a God across the galaxy. It's
From Here to Mars.
No. It's a magician. He's making a copy of himself in a machine. It's called
No, that's not.
No, I'm talking about Solaris. I think it was called Solaris or something. It was with George Clooney, and they had this transportation device where you would get in this machine, and it would transport you like across the galaxy or something, or to Mars or whatever. But part of the process was once you transported yourself to this other place, they had to eradicate the original, or
basically duplicating you every time you went somewhere.
That's kind of the concept I'm jabbing with. I think you get what I'm going with. Is when you're taking the consciousness, it's not really taking your actual like self and downloading it into the computer. I mean, maybe that would be possible. I don't know how that would work. I'm thinking more along the lines of the machine would just be programmed to take your personality and like adapt itself to be what would be you or what it interprets as you,
but see,
and continue on from that point.
If you think about that, though, that wouldn't really work because what makes you, what makes your personality is your past and your memories. So if you're only taking the consciousness without the memories, then that's not really you. So you would have to somehow figure out how to take the stored information in your brain along with the consciousness in order for that to work.
Right. Yeah, from what I've seen of this science and from these concepts is you would essentially be giving up life for an eternity in the simulation. And the question is, if you never notice the difference, does that make you a different you, right? Because you are now in a simulation and you are subject to the rules of that simulation. But you don't notice the change. You go from a sleepful state and you download your consciousness and what is you inside of your brain into this computer, and you can now live for eternity based on the rules of this programming. So that's the confines of it. Are you still you? But there, I think the dilemma, like if it's just like copying you into a simulation and you can then be alive to observe that, would be quite different than actually making that choice. Hey, I'm choosing a living life or an eternity in a simulation. And then the question becomes, are you the same you once you've progressed in that simulation? Because you are now living under the rules of the simulation. You made the choice, you never noticed the difference, but are you still the same you moving forward?
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. If you were a female sheep, if you were actually a you, and as a you transported your consciousness to a computer, would you still be the same you?
Well, and if you was a female sheep, you'd have to watch out for anybody claiming to want to write a Bible. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Anybody that wants to write a Bible, you gotta like maybe walk backwards away from them.
I kid with the Christians. I play.
But I've heard a different.
Hold on, before you go, I'm going to say my goodbyes, Puff. It is well past boomer o'clock, and
he can't last another 50 minutes. So.
Yeah, this has been fascinating. I especially liked when I threw the hand grenade in the middle of the room when I asked Flow State the question about Trump, and it just all devolved from there. So
thanks, Nick.
Yeah, it's all John's fault because
It is my fault. I take the blame. And,
we need a banner that just says "Blame John."
Blame John. Blame Canada and blame John. All right, later, folks.
Have a good night.
Hey, I'm taking off too.
All right.
Be good.
But I've heard a different method of the way that they're thinking about doing it, or have proposed or conceptualized doing it, which is that since there would need to be some way to interface with the brain directly and to have brain waves or thoughts basically captured, it would be a system of like an insurance type policy where you have a augmentation or apparatus that you wear, some device or something like that connects with your brain. And while you're sleeping, you're dreaming, and it's storing past memories, logging them, building you as a person and a file of it. And then going forward into the future, once it's logged enough, logged up to that point, it then continuously records as you go on. And say something happens where you naturally expire, then you can digitally carry on from that moment as if nothing happened.
That's more of a conversation into like biohacking and like trying to put like cybernetics into your brain and then like upgrading yourself into more of a cybernetic.
We could do that.
You'd have to have some way of interfacing with the brain to take the person, which is only exists on the substrate of the brain or in the substrate of the brain, and make it digital.
Puff. Okay, so like if we did that, does that mean we have free will?
But that's a question. Do you have free will? When is the decision made, right?
I don't know.
I don't either, and I'm not a neuroscientist, so like fuck if I'll ever find out. But I think that you're 95% of what I think is that 95% of the things you do, your conscious brain is just there to rationalize what's going on based on all the information that you fed your lower brain, or quote unquote unconscious brain.
Humans are meant to be cyberpunk as fuck, so they can have free will.
Yeah. I kind of think the same thing. I think that we're like human computers, that we're just constantly taking in information.
Well, here's the thing: is that I don't think humans are ready to be digital creations, because think about it like this: the AI that runs the police's YouTube, it has morals. But guess what? Those morals are completely capitalist morals. If it doesn't make money, it's got to go. If it hurts the bottom line, it's got to go. If it does make money, regardless of what they think of it or what a human would think of it, let's promote that.
One thing is for sure: if it's capitalist, it's not free will.
Exactly. That's coercion. Capitalism equals coercion. Just remember that. It's a synonym.
Where did Flow State go when we needed him?
He seemed quite upset by the conversations that you guys were bringing on with him.
Because he was the Trump supporter, that's why.
He takes that person. Yeah.
He's very conservative too. I think he thinks that libertarianism is like a smart move, even though he doesn't realize that libertarianism is something that can only work once we've gotten to this point as a collective.
For me, it's hard because like I used to be very conservative, and I was very religious at the time.
Oh man.
So it's like for atheists I don't really care what your political motivations behind it are. For atheists to take the conservative stance here in America is to literally side with the enemy. To me, it's just it's really hard for me to understand it. And then like you literally show him, all right? So he said this wasn't true. You show him that, and he was like, well, yeah, I just saw that, but it's still not true because I said so. Show me this. And so you show him that, and he's like, yeah, but it's still not true because I said so. And it's just like, well, eventually
they've been brainwashed to think that
way.
So
I don't know what his particular circumstances are, but I know that there are some people who are recent atheists, and it's hard to really develop an entirely different worldview all at once. Yeah. So you kind of do it segmentedly. Like maybe he just recently found atheism or came to atheism and came from a religious background. And
he did admit that.
Okay, so
it's very understandable. Yeah,
in a transition period. That's why I'm like, maybe back off a little bit. Be more about sharing information, less about aggressively.
Well, yeah, but there is a history with Flow State too. He trolls our morning show relentlessly with his ridiculous comments. So. And like I've had pleasant conversations with him, and I genuinely meant it. And I knew like if I said it, I was gonna ruin it. But I said it. I'm like, man, I'm enjoying not talking about politics with Flow State. And then it just went to hell. And I'm like, I knew that was gonna happen.
I can see
not look down? Why'd you say to not look down, man?
I could see when the hot button came on. I just saw the demeanor change in the chat, and everything just went completely nuts. Maybe I should hop
sorry,
on
guys.
and help out a little bit.
Yeah, they're used to it with me. They are.
You guys got to see tonight the real little taste of the real unhinged Puffalopagus, where unmedicated and unabated by any mind-altering substances, I am like a fucking lit keg of dynamite. So it's a bad situation.
And I found it hilarious because he went immediately to like Joe Biden. Like they don't understand. We just don't play the same team sports that they do. We don't follow people blindly. You know, like we swallowed vomit when we voted for Joe Biden. We understood we were doing it for a greater good, and it's the last goddamn time we're giving the Democrats that shit. You know, but it was Trump and we had to. They don't get that. They're so partisan. They think that we are. No, we're not. We genuinely want real change in America for the betterment of everybody, and fuck what you think. You know,
I'm not sure. Like again, I haven't messed with the guy much. I haven't talked. This is like the first time I've interacted with him. So it was a new experience.
He just started coming on the channel too. Like this is, and I love it. Like he stayed for a really long time, and he took the hammering, probably worse than a Christian has, or he's not a Christian. He's a goddamn atheist. That's the sad thing about it. All right, so but worse than a Christian has in a long time.
But you saw the way he reacted when you were like, you know, I think it was a little while back when you were talking about there's literal fascists in the White House like Stephen Miller and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's the thing is when you point out the evidence to him and you're like, look, this motherfucker was actually fucking fined by the government for getting busted in a sting operation, refusing housing to blacks specifically because of the color of their skin.
I mean, you could look at the history of the Trump family doing all kinds of fucked up shit to the African American community back in the day, kicking them out of houses, building these bungalows that fucking burned to the ground because they were like the most shoddy construction in the world. Like they fucked the African American community.
A slumlord. Jared Kushner is actively a slumlord right now in Baltimore, Maryland, which is one of the cities with the highest poverty rate in the areas.
I live like right down the road from that place, so I can tell you
So
firsthand what that's like. Yeah, there's entire sections of the city that are completely dilapidated. Like,
and he owns hella property there.
Hey, I will say that part of that is also due to the former Democratic governor who stole millions of dollars from the city.
Without a doubt.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I will admit, as a socialist and actually as a Marxist, I will admit that both Republicans and Democrats are as fucking corrupt as comes, right? But the thing is, I'm stuck in this den full of poisonous snakes, right? Do I try to stay as far away from them and close to the wall as I can to survive? Or do I just dive in neck first at the fucking stakes? Like it's one of two choices we have right now, right? And the thing is,
two evils.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we don't play the team sports. So, like, Democrat establishment, to me, they're conservative Republicans. They play by the same rules. I earlier, Tioga might not have been talking about the COVID relief bill. She might have been talking about universal health care, saying Mitch McConnell would veto that. And if she was talking about that, I would respond like, Mitch McConnell won't even have to, because Chuck Schumer won't even allow that onto the floor if he's the majority leader, because he's as sold out as the rest of them are. We don't play those team sports. In fact, the whole progressive movement, and then you go farther left in that into socialists and actual communists, we want to change the Democratic Party. We don't play partisan games.
Because right now it's not the good and the bad, right? It's team mask on and it's team mask off. That's all it is right now.
That's what I've been saying. Like, once Joe Biden takes power, then I can stop defending him, and the civil war within the Democratic Party can fucking happen.
I can't say I promote the idea of communism so much as I do with the idea of socialism.
Me as well. I'm a socialist, and a very new socialist.
Communism is something that is, to actually get there is very, it's very unlikely to ever get to communism. I believe in Marxism and socialism, but a lot of things that Marx said I believe in, which is that you can't have this system where you're compelled to make someone else wealthy. Everyone's compelled to try to survive. That's just nature. I understand that, and people are going to do that. But the thing is, humans are industrious by nature. They're going to do what they're going to do. And there's some of us that are, they are lazy by nature, but at the same time, we take care of the mentally handicapped and things like that. You know what I mean? So we do drag weight. But for the majority of us, we find something that we like to do. And even autistic people that seem to not have a lot of aptitude and things like that, if allowed to pursue their thing that interests them, they tend to be very successful at it. And inventors are going to invent. You can't stop them. Creators are going to create. People that are handymen are going to do that kind of stuff. You can't stop them.
So that's the thing with communism. The problem with communism and the problem with the idea of like the more extreme socialistic ideals. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm going to say the classic thing, which is like it's good on paper. But
I agree. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's less of like the economic side of it, which is usually the argument for people. Like I have no problem with the economics of communism or socialism. I think they're great. It's more the stagnation of productivity and the stagnation of creativity that you get from an economic system that is like that. People that are going to work a little bit harder to earn a better wage. People are going to work a little bit harder to earn better resources or a better environment. People are going to be more motivated to be creative in environments where they're paid better for better work.
That's the thing is we're not saying that can't be the case. That's not what's being said. What's being said is that if you have guaranteed base level of living, that you're going to have a base level standard that's acceptable, then yeah, like you said, there's some people that are going to stay there, but there's a lot of people that are going to want to go higher than that, right? And that's acceptable. That's fine. But you do have to understand that at a certain point, making more money makes no sense. I've heard it said, and I support it. If you have $500 million to your name, I would accept if I was in that position 100% tax after that. Any money I make I don't need more than $500 million.
And you're making that every year, yeah. But anything after that would be taxed 100%. There's no need for billionaires in this world. Like when it comes to communism, to me, communism is an ideal that the world just isn't ready for. Anybody that's tried to install it into a government, we've seen it's clearly the world's not ready for. You can't have religion within a communist state. You can't have a government within a communist state. You need to really look at everybody as an individual human being and to actually be common with them. We don't have that in society anywhere yet. We're not ready for that. There's an element of trust when it comes to communism that you don't need government to solve problems. People can do it themselves. We're not ready for that. We just aren't. Socialism, the idea of giving power to workers, and for me, like I would have much greater incentive as a worker, and I've chosen a particular field for a particular reason because it frees up time. I don't have the responsibilities. I chose to kind of live outside of normal structured societal life to where you enter into a career and you climb that ladder and you devote all of your time to that slave work. I've devoted most of my time to my daughter and to my like creative work. So
hey.
But for me,
Yeah,
incentive comes from ownership. So if you have an ownership in a company, you're going to be much more incentivized to not only show up every day, not only do the best that you can do for that company, but to actually put input into the direction of that company and have a feel like you're having a say in that. Right now, it's a few select people have all the power and accumulate all the wealth, and the workers get very, very, very little. So socialism to me just makes sense. Now we got to agree on the form of socialism that's going to be acceptable in a democratic, or at least the illusion of a democratic America.
Oh, that's very accurate and very true. But how easy do you think it would be to put any of this? I mean, like you've already stressed yourself, it's very hard to put that into effect in the society that we currently live in, with people thinking the ways that they do. There's a lot of ways.
two ways. Two ways. The way that I see it. So either you do it through revolution, as people have tried to do it, and then they try to instill a government they're not quite ready for, or you do it like the progressives in the country have been trying to do it, and you do it policy by policy, and you try to get the country on a policy basis. So, all right, this policy, let's not talk about the socialist aspect of this policy. Let's talk about how this policy is going to help you as an individual. And I think that that's the route. It takes a lot longer to do it, to do that, but then you can keep that democracy, and you're not trying to instill something new and really you're not ready for that. And it always falls back to an authoritarian strongman that's going to dictate the will of the people, and that's where they fail.
I have heard a solution, right? So what we do is we have local referendums, right, all around the country that require mandatory games of telephone hosted by socialist organizations at workplaces, right? And then you whisper about the worker co-ops into the ear of the first person, right? And it'll make it like 4 or 5 people. And by the end, it's like gish gas whip wop, right? And like the manager's like, "What did you guys say?" And everybody at the beginning is kind of snickering and stuff, right? And we're like, nothing. We're just talking about Snickers. Don't worry about it. And you don't get everybody, but you get 5 people at a time, right? So those 5 people, then they go talk to their friends, and they're like, "Hey, man, we can make this worker co-op where we don't just have like a boss, right? Like we can actually have a say."
Well, yeah, like in the last. So when I actually stopped fucking around, I got me a career, and I was working in the automotive industry, and I worked my way up, and I became what we call a helium operator, and we made radiators. So we would test our parts in these machines that ran helium through them to see if there was leaks. And I became the best at this position. Like, I was so good. They were talking about sending me to Japan and training the Japanese to do it how I was doing it, because I was just shattering records. And they just couldn't understand. I was OCD. Right? Like, I had to be the best. But because of that, though, I got stuck there. I couldn't advance anymore. They wanted me there. They wanted me producing because that was what was best for the company. Other people were going on being promoted that had less time in the company than I did, that were shittier workers than I was, but they were getting promotions and getting higher wages because they couldn't produce like I was. And it was totally fucked up. And one of the main reasons I left that fucking company, I'm not going to sit here and be your slave and not have any opportunity of advancement. You know, like,
yep, it would have cost them more money to promote you than it would have to promote the other people.
Yeah, and you know, I know the Christians are going to be, and the capitalists even will be like, "Oh, he's making that up," because that's what they always do. And I'm like, no, dude, that just happened in my life. I was really good at that shit.
Leo's back from battle. How do you fare?
I know, I missed the whole debate. I'm going to have to watch it on the playback.
Oh, I wasn't in the debate. That was
okay.
It was an interesting debate. John Maddox and Otangelo, because Sygart is a Christian, he just accepts evolution, and it was evolution versus intelligent design. It seemed that more so John than Otangelo. Otangelo didn't really. I mean, he said a fair amount, but he didn't say as much as he normally would in a debate that was just one-on-one. But it seemed that John was trying to turn Cy over to their side by consistently appealing to, more the abiogenesis side. And you could tell that Cy could see that, because Cy kept saying, well, I'm in agreement with you as it relates to abiogenesis, but when it comes to evolution, I just don't see what argument can be made against it. But overall, it was a really good debate. Erica's, if you get a chance, watch all the intros. It's maybe the first, because James does his spiel where he's got to shout out new stuff at the beginning. So it's about the first 7 to 10 minutes is just James talking about the channel, what's coming up, and then after that there's 4 intros, roughly about 7 to 10 minutes each. Erica's is one of the best, and I mean this honestly, one of the best intros I've seen to a debate, at least for the subject that it was in, that I've ever seen.
I have to say,
it was just a fucking straight mic drop of an intro.
She is probably one of my favorite new atheists that have come along, and I'm really glad to see her channel taking off and her doing her own thing, because she's a genuinely decent person and far smarter than I could ever really even dream of being. So
I did want to say I
wanted to watch it, but I didn't think tonight was Wednesday. Like, John had to remind me tonight was open mic night, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna miss the debate. That sucks.
I just want to make a quick note that every single one of the atheist channels make me feel like a complete moron whenever I watch any of their content. So
Yeah, it makes
Well,
me
you
feel
should
like
watch
Sky-
more. You should watch more of my content because I'll make you feel smart.
Make us feel like one of the guys. Although I will publicly call you out. Hey, you made a mistake on that video you made.
Which one?
About Tog.
All right. So we got to talk about Tog again. Okay, let me hear.
Okay,
it.
so
Before
that
we go
video-
down that rabbit hole,
Because
I
I
did wanna
literally
say-
like they were trying to call out, like they were saying that the people told me what they told me are dishonorable, and Dr. Josh came out and was like,
I don't have any of that. I don't even have any of that to deal with. What I'm saying is, that video where you're like, "Hey, he's got my video on his channel," and with no
Oh
commentary.
yeah, I know. So I know the difference.
That's just a link.
I
That's
know
just a
the
link.
difference, but it's not the fact that. So yeah, by YouTube standards and by the general
one of
rules,
those views-
what I'm saying, I know that they're different. I know that he put that on his playlist. My thing is, it's blasted on his channel. Yeah, I understand that. No content creator puts other people's shits on their shit. Now I understand that you can do that. We just don't fucking do that. So, and I don't care that he does that.
That's what I'm saying. You should have worded your argument differently, though.
Well, no, it
That
was very
not-
early, and I even said that. I made a bad example because I didn't word it correctly. But the hypocritical thing is, like, you're bitching at me about using content that I should have been allowed to use at the very beginning. The whole, should I give a copyright strike to Knox should have never came out your goddamn mouth. Because no, I had a right to that content, but no, I deleted the fucking video. People messaged me that he was threatening to strike the channel. I went in his, I went into his fucking room that morning, and his first words to me were, "Did you add any commentary?" And I was like, "No." So this whole thing, now he's trying to backtrack and say that he never said that, and I'm totally wrong. No, yeah, I understand that. That video, it had come up before when he shared Smokey Saint's stream about Smokey Saint talking about the mother of my child onto his channel. I brought that shit up to him. I'm like, why are you blasting that on your channel? Right, so I understood the difference. It's just the hypocrisy of it. You're gonna bitch at me for not adding commentary to my content. It just happened on your fucking channel. And you're going to bitch at me about that when you blast my content on your fucking channel. It's hypocrisy.
But I wouldn't even address his hypocrisy. What I would have done is I would have played the clip from, I think it was the stream the night before you released that one, right? You released that when you went off on Smokey. The night before that on stream, you said, "Hey, I'm going to be putting up a video tomorrow. It's not going to make me look good. And it's going to make me look very bad. It's going to be completely unedited, and I'm not going to provide any commentary or anything. I'm not going to speak on it. I'm just going to show it straight uncut because people need to know what I did. And
I shouldn't even have to. I shouldn't even have to explain that to Tog.
But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't even made a response where I cut in on him. I would have just took that clip and re-uploaded it, just that clip by itself. And
I took the whole 17 minutes of it and just
no. What I'm saying is where the clip of you saying, "Hey, this is I'm going to put it up on my channel uncut, where I'm not even going to try to justify or explain anything, because people got to own what they did." And you're like, "I'm owning what I did."
I'm just going to take a minute real quick here and say goodnight to everyone. Thanks for having me, Knock.
Oh yeah, thanks for coming.
Later.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Problem.
I also wanted to butt in really quickly and say that I don't know how long I will be here because I do think Erica is having an after show and I might be hopping into that, but I did want to come back.
I'm shutting down at 11, so if she's having an after show, that's what I'll be watching before bed. I'll at least get to catch that. So so Todd can say what he's saying. Yeah. Have a good night. And thanks for coming on. Come on anytime. Excuse me. Let me get man. I don't even have you on my stream, and as I'm burping into the microphone, Leo. There you go. Right. I didn't have you on screen.
Yeah, through OB. Okay, I know.
So with the Tog thing, right? So as I said, like he's told me before, like because I mean it came up with Smokey at one point on Tog stream, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this. What do you mean I'm going to use this? And Tog is like, yeah, of course you can use this. So it's like he's giving me permission. The general rule is you give permission to those people unless you have like a severely bad issue with them. It's just understood you have permission to do that. That was me yelling at Smokey Saint. That was my content. That was, it happened to happen on Tog's channel. By the rules of YouTube, yes, Tog is right, and I acknowledge that. It's not about that.
You added the link to the original video in the...
No, I never add links. I'm horrible with links. But I shouldn't fucking have to. Like, this is...
No, that's the rules, man. If you run...
It's the fucking rules, but this is this one guy. Like he comes on my channel, I go on his. He uses my shit, I use his. He's told me he has literally told me I could use that content.
All I want to say is there are a lot of big YouTubers and big YouTube streamers that will share stuff from different videos and not put the link to those videos, especially Vosh. Vosh will go through like 7 different videos in a stream. There's not a link to a single fucking one.
I had him as a moderator in my side chat, dude. Like
that's not, but I don't think that's a requirement. You don't I don't think you have to link a video for YouTube. I could be wrong, but I don't think
you don't have to. People have been telling me for years to do it. My OCD.
Alrighty, Erica's live, so I do have to head out.
I'll be over there in a minute.
How long
my OCD does not allow me to do that. It just doesn't allow me to do it.
What's that, Puff?
How's the storm hitting you guys?
Oh, the snowstorm?
Yeah.
I actually haven't looked outside in a while. When I was driving into town to get some beer earlier, it was mainly blowing. I don't know how much it was going to stick.
I think we're supposed to get snow tomorrow, maybe.
But alrighty, guys, I'm taking off.
Yeah, we'll be shutting down soon too.
We're supposed to be in the -10s tomorrow morning, and I got to go up on the top of fucking Lane Bryant. Oh, it's gonna be great.
And the thing with Tog is this: like, I went live, I fucking said what I said because he said what he said. I deleted the video. It's gone. It's a moment of history. Fuck it. I don't care. Like, as you said, it doesn't really put me in the best light. It's not a video that I was proud of. It's just something that happened, and I think that it was relevant to the story. He didn't get to go unscathed. Tog and Matt Bond and this little crew, they can do their little thing. I've dealt with little crews before. I do my thing, and fuck them. Christians are going to be Christians. They're going to do the things they're going to do. If you have an issue with the video I put out, even though you shouldn't have, that's fine. I'll delete the fucking video. I'm the same way with atheists. I wanted to use like a 30-second clip of Jen Aldrich and Matt Dillahunty in my coverage of what happened between Jen Aldrich and Smokey Saint on my channel. And Jen Aldrich pretty much told me to go fuck myself, and I was very consistent in my fucking response to her. If you pretty much tell me to go fuck myself in one way or another, I'm gonna pretty much tell you to go fuck yourself in one way or another. That's just how life works. And if Tog is upset about that, he can go fuck himself.
Well, what if you in any way make it transformative content, and they're like, "Oh, you can't use my shit. Go suck an egg."
And I admit it, I did not do that. Nothing transformative about it. But again, like, he had given me permission, and it's just a rule. If you go on somebody's channel,
right? You learned a lesson.
Oh yeah. And I talked about it with Smokey, because Smokey was asking me like, why are you so strict on fair use? And it was because of that. It was because you can't trust Christians, because even if they have a good relationship with you, the moment that you go and say anything against them, they're gonna get fucking butthurt. And they're, like, I have it in writing with Smokey Saint, and I still feel like if I were to do a stream that I didn't go by the rules of fair use, that he would definitely use that against me in whatever way he could. Even though I have it in writing an email of him telling me I could do whatever the fuck I want with the content. So the fact that I trusted Tog when I shouldn't have is just, that's on me. And that's the gist of my thing. And now he's all butthurt because he thinks I'm like slamming his name or something. No, dude, I didn't tell you to go live and say what you said, whatever it was. I haven't actually seen it. I just saw the messages. And then I don't know what happened earlier in my side chat. I'm definitely going to be going looking that shit out. But if people came in my side chat and started shaming the people that sent me the messages, and that's why Dr. Josh spoke out and revealed himself to be one of the people that sent me the messages, well, then you're going to probably experience a different kind of wrath from me, because Dr. Josh is a good man and doesn't deserve that bullshit. He just really doesn't. Dr. Josh saw and heard what he heard. As a friend, he messaged me and said, hey, you might want to know the things that are being said. That's called being a good friend. And if I see that, that's just, I mean, I will be fucking enraged, Puff. I will be so mad.
And see, that's the thing, you know, I think that it's sad, man, because the thing is, I think you got to be very careful around a lot of theists on this channel, on YouTube. All kind of theists. And the thing is, not all theists are bad, because there are some that are stand up above all others. But
that's the hard lesson I'm learning. I'm the raging atheist, though. Yeah, all theists aren't bad, but they all see me as the enemy, and they'll try to be my friend. They'll try to change me in whatever way they can. I saw that with the pagans. You know, they're gonna do whatever tactic they can use. But I am the enemy, and that becomes apparent with all of them eventually. And it became apparent with Tog. You know,
because I won't say it's for all of them, but for a lot of them, it's a war between each other. You know, like, to get dominance. Like, it's weird to me. To me, religion seems like a game just to get more followers. It's very weird to me. But you know,
I'm actually ashamed I succumbed to it for as long as I did, Puff. Like, you were here, you saw me when the pagans were around, and I became this different atheist than I've ever been before, and I allowed a lot of bullshit that I shouldn't have allowed.
Well, my thing was, I try to treat people with respect, but you know, my problem was the dominating factor.
Yeah, it became very dominating, especially in the side chats, and it became a huge problem behind the scenes. It has become my general stance that I can't. We live in just two different worlds, theist and us, you know. And some moderates are going to be moderates, and they're going to say, "Hey, the coexistence is the thing." But I've had that conversation with several Christians, and not even with that Christian vlogger did we really come to any terms of any kind of real coexistence. We came to terms with, "Hey, we can stand each other, and we're going to be cool with each other, and we're gonna treat each other as human beings." But our worlds are vastly, vastly different. We see how we want the future of the world to be vastly, vastly different, and you just can't run away from that. I can't run away from that anymore. I am the atheist that I am, and Christians, you know, anyone is welcome here to challenge me and change my mind. The problem is they never fucking do it, whatever route they try.
And that's the problem. My problem is that it's, you know, there's no. It's hard to get an objective sense of truth. And the thing is, I'll tell you what, I used to believe in objective truth, right? But a debate with a fucking pagan destroyed that. And
they know their shit. No,
I love them
without
to
a
death.
doubt.
But fucking Ocean destroyed my belief in objective morality. It just does not exist anymore, dude.
Well, I definitely think paganism is much more logical, a conclusion. You know, many gods, and a lot of their concepts are disembodied minds, usually encapsulated in visions of physicality, something along those lines. Much more logical. I could see something like that floating through the universe. Maybe even shaping galaxies in a way. I don't know, but it's much more logical than one fucking god creating everything from the beginning of time and hating gay people. You know?
If you did create, well, the thing is, if you did start with one god that created everything, right? Why did he create humans? Obviously, because he didn't want to be by himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, he, she, it, what, they, whoever, right? And then they're going to create. But really, humans still can't really hang out with that god.
Yeah, and most pagans aren't claiming that we come from the gods either. Like they're like separate from than what we are. I mean, some of them believe in the whole little like Zeus crafted the clay ship, but most of them are like, nah, that's all metaphor, dog.
Well, they got different stuff.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, and then I'm taking it, trying to be literal as I can with it, right? So if they did create us, then he, out of loneliness, well, we still can't hang out with this god or gods that exist, at least knowingly, right? So then you got to create, if you're one, you got to create more gods because the actual gods can hang out with you in your realm or whatever.
And another huge difference between pagans and Christians, despite whatever angers I have at particular ones, they're not like Christians to where they like judge you for being an atheist. I think some of them do. Definitely. I think some of them definitely are bigoted towards atheists. but I think that comes from more personal experience with actual atheists than atheism itself, or any challenge to the concepts they
Yeah,
have
they
of
probably
their
ran
gods.
into like a.
Yeah.
I can see that they probably ran into like a really pushy atheist. It was like, no, it's not acceptable to be a pagan. You're just
Yeah.
lying to yourself, trying to hold on to something. Do whatever you want to do. Believe in what you want.
Marty Camejo's a pagan, and she messaged me on Facebook yesterday or the day before when
Fantastic
when I was going on one of my rants, and she's like, "I'm a pagan, and I'll always have your back knocking." I'm like, "Yeah, because you're a true friend. It doesn't, like." And that Christian vlogger, like, I'm not trying to say that I hate all Christians now, because that they've always said that I hate Christians. I don't hate Christians. I just can't trust them. I can't let them in. I can't. They're gonna see me as the enemy, and I need to understand that. And that's a flaw in me, is because I want to see the best in them. As hard as I present myself, I want to see the best in them. Unfortunately, once I show the worst of me, then the true colors come out. And I'm really willing to show the worst of me to almost everybody in my life. My daughter's even seen it, and she calms it. Native Americans always told me I had bear spirit. I've always had this disgust at just kind of life, and I put that out in poetry as a really young person. I then expressed it into my adult life, punching walls and raging, and it's carried over into this atheism as the raging atheist. She's the one thing in my life that all it takes is a look, and I'm calm. Like earlier when Flow State just had me fucking mad. I was mad, Puff. My daughter came out, and she hadn't even heard me, and it might have even showed up on camera because I had on mic because I had a hot mic going at the time. But I'm like, she didn't hear anything because she was doing her thing in her room. But she came out and she calmed me, and I was able to come out. All right, simmer down. I'm not gonna yell at Flow State no more. So.
Like, you were blowing up like I was, man.
Oh, he had me fucking enraged, and I didn't even want to go there.
Same here. But like, see, the thing is, I just started going faster and faster and faster, right? Like, I'm like, like my dream come true would be to run into Ben Shapiro. Holy fuck,
dude! I would rage the fuck out, man. I would make a complete ass of myself.
We're gonna see who can. We're gonna literally keep going faster until one of us goes back in time. That's what's gonna happen, dude. So, fucking, we'll get down. But that's my thing, is that I hate if you saw it in action, right? So just imagine this, right? Probably who Reese is. Old school dude from the G Plus community.
Oh yeah, long time in the side chats, and I think at one point, I think that's one of the victims of my Discord server ran by pagans. Honestly,
well, he went full Trump train, and
Reese.
Reese, dude, if I could show you my Facebook fucking...
Maybe that's why I haven't seen Reese around. Maybe it wasn't a Discord thing. No, maybe he went Trump.
He went full Trump, bro.
I thought it was Discord. I just assumed.
Dude, there was nothing you could show him that would prove Trump did anything wrong. He would never admit Trump did anything wrong. He was always hyping everything Trump did. He was always hyping.
Yeah, we saw that tonight with Flow State. Like we showed him the videos, and he's still like, "No, I don't believe it."
And I'm telling you, any meme that came out that was pro-Trump or anything, like you remember when on Facebook those memes were coming out where Kelly McEnany was quote unquote fucking killing the libs and shit, owning them, right? They were having all those memes where she was owning the reporters with the facts.
I'm not sure what that means, Ken. I was the first to see R. I'm not sure what that means. I did get really, really angry. So if you're like, yeah, I was the first to go, probably. I'm old, so I don't know the young person lingo.
Thank you, Maverick. Thank you. Yeah, man.
His money. Wait, Rage would smash him though. So he's saying that you would lose second round KO. My money's on Shapiro versus Puff, second round KO. But Rage would smash him though. So thank you, Maverick. I didn't think you was a fan.
Oh my goodness.
I think that some people have kind of failed to realize that the old raging atheist is back, right? Like, you know, I'm not going to just take shitty behavior, right? So, like, I'm going to call you the fuck out. But, like, my focus on, and I've been talking with Oz from the Tart Show, and he was in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if he's still there. But I've been talking with him. I had a pretty good DM with him on Facebook. And then a couple other atheists as well. Like I do feel like what I do when I get into the shit with these Christians is somewhat important because just not a lot of people are doing that. And I feel like I've always been that bulldog that I'm not afraid to be wrong, so I'll dive into that mud and get dirty. But some of the best shit I've ever done, some of my best work has been focusing on atheists coming out of religion. And really like kind of just focusing on the different stages and some of the things that you'll face when coming out of that, and really just having these conversations with atheists and allowing Christians to come in and try to defend their positions. I think that's what I really want to focus on and stop diving away from all this drama bullshit. Yeah, people watch it. They love it when I rage the fuck out, but I don't want that to be everything. I don't want that to be everything. That's why, like, when Flow State was here, I was like, I don't want it to go to politics, and I should have never mentioned politics, even in the context of, hey, it's been pleasant talking to Flow State tonight.
I love that the politics really only comes up in your live stream open rooms, right? Because it's like that break. Because you do a lot of religious content. I love it. But I like your pre-recorded shit because you got good timing and good commentary, right? And that's the thing is you put like a finish on it, right? You put good production on it, you put some work into it and shit, you know? It's just
too fucking much work.
Well, I mean, you got OCD, you're a perfectionist, right? Like it's gotta be just right, just how you want it to look. It's gotta be a certain way and everything like that. That's like me, like people say, oh, you know, like I've been trying to start a channel, but I just don't have the time. And fucking doing OBS, man, that's just another thing that I'm trying to.
It's a whole different world, dude.
Dude, it's crazy. And like right now,
yeah, I see it back there, Tog. I understand that you want to talk right now. Like I'm about to wrap this up. Me and Puff are gonna wrap this up. I'll probably be open to talk sooner than later. But right now, like the attacks that I've received based upon the everything, it's just not like right now. I don't want an ending dumpster fire. So yeah, we'll talk soon. I'm usually a fairly forgiving dude. Nothing to forgive here, really. Honestly, I deleted the video. It's over with me. The thing is, the gang that's coming in the side chats don't want it to be over.
Maybe it'll be off air. But
I'm going to bed. I'm actually going to Erica Gibbons' room as I think about going to bed. Tonight's just not the night. I'm not in the mood. It won't be productive. And at this point, it's just like a bunch of Gish Gallop bullshit. You know, it's not even a big fucking deal. The video's gone. Smokey said what he said. Christians are gonna take his fucking side in one way or fuck another. They're gonna justify their inaction. You know, when this motherfucker is talking about a person that the only person on YouTube that has any reason to have issues with her is me. So I'm really done. I've got videos addressing Smokey. I'm really done with all this bullshit. I'm gonna focus on atheists moving forward. Fuck Christians and fuck Christianity. But go ahead, Puff. I'm gonna step away for one moment. I'll still be able to hear you though.
No, I was gonna say. So you know, I understand. You know, it's plug time anyway. Nonetheless, I'm not a big religion guy. I can't tell you where to go, you know, to get some good religion in your life. However, I would recommend that you go check out Democracy at Work. It's a fantastic organization, great channel. Richard D. Wolf, Dr. Richard D. Wolf is a fantastic gentleman. Apparently such a scary professor that Jordan Peterson went and clean up his room and then, you know, debate him. But nonetheless, he gave a fantastic speech at the same college. You can go look it up. And you know, you'll find out that this crazy, like, weird, warped, dystopian, completely made up thing that they call socialism, and like who Marx was and what he said and what he intended and what his writings were. It just blows your mind how friggin' you'll get into it. It's fantastic how bad it was, that they just butchered the entire socialist movement. Other than that, worker co-ops work. Try to take control of your workplace by, not forceful means, but, democratic control. And I don't know what to say. You can even go check out, as a matter of fact, Richard D. Wolf did a debate on modern day debate, and he killed it, knocked it out of the park. Other than that, Rage is back now.
Yeah, I don't know. Ken seems to be very unfamiliar with me, or I don't know. He seems a bit insane. Yeah, I'm gonna close it out. I really need to go to sleep. I want to jump over to see what Gutsit Gibbons is saying in her after show. Tog, if you want to talk, we'll definitely have a conversation. I'm more than willing to do so. I'm always open to conversations with anybody. Tonight is not the night, especially after I really want to go see what happened in my side chat earlier. And I'm not going to want to have any conversations until I do so. I do have my Patreon shit done. Thank you, Puff, for being here. Thank you for everybody that came on. Interesting conversation, starting with Christmas for quite a while, and then delving into politics and a shit show there. So you got our dumpster fires and we got our pagan talk. So I think we did pretty well tonight. Thank you, patrons. You guys are the shit. Thank you, everybody that donated so generously tonight. Thank you so much for the Christmas presents. Everybody have a Merry Christmas or a Merry Mythmas, however you see it. Have a good night. And Puff, there will be about 40 seconds worth of closing. I'll make sure that you can hear it, so you should be able to hear it. So, and yeah, thank you, patrons.
Perfect.